Hi, everyone. Let me make sure my good music good. Hi. I hope you all had a lovely week. Let me turn this up a little bit more. Let's see who we have. On YouTube, we have Meme God and Wally Tomlins. And let me make sure that timer is also enabled. Wally Tomlins, hi, welcome. And then on Twitch, we have Brain Stack Overflow. Congrats on being first. Hello, welcome in. And we have Frost and Moon Raider and Burb. That's a fun one. We also have in here Jack and Meme God. I believe I got all the names. Hello. Welcome in. And Shark Shoe, or maybe that looks like a shoe, maybe a shark shoe. You can tell me how close I got. Hello. Salutations. I hope you've all been good. Have you had a lovely weekend? Oh, that's a new name too. Is it Pinocchio? Maybe? Possibly? You can tell me how accurately I got. I can try again. Hi, Iris. Just started viewing your videos. You're awesome. Thank you. You're very awesome for being here. Welcome on in. And let's see. You pronounce the 5. So Sharfiku, maybe. And hi, Iris. Back from ads. Welcome. I try my best to start 3 minutes early so that Twitch has time to do the ad thing, so that we can start about 5-ish minutes into stream, but it seems my timing never quite hits the mark sometimes. But welcome in, and I hope you all had a lovely weekend. I can certainly say my week has been. I feel like I say that every single time. It has, and yeah, something like that. I'll try my best, and excuse me, let's see. I love that. The ads end up starting tune time, so we miss barely any stream. Yeah, that's what I try to time it as, but sometimes it doesn't work. And then sometimes the ads start like 2 minutes into streams, and then you have to do 6. It's all about math, and I like math and everything, but it's a little bit too much math. And other than the dread of the school year, it's been a blast. Oh boy, am I glad not to have to go back. I didn't finish. I dropped out of college and I said sayonara. Never again. But I'm glad you're going, Jack. I'm glad. I hope you find what you're looking for, as there's definitely a lot of routes that you have to go through to get for college. Or yeah, like if you want to become a lawyer, you just can't become a lawyer by watching YouTube. Or a doctor. You have to get a degree. Let's see. I'm doing great. I passed my hard, ooh, that's a word, infinimustal. I'm just gonna copy that, paste that into here. What does Google say? Infinitesimal. Infinitesimal. Extremely small 2 math course. Interesting. That's one I've never heard of. We were just talking about math. The Stack Overflow makes a lot more sense now that you've brought math into it, but congratulations on passing your course. What a lovely thing to hear. And oh, what's that thing that popped up? Gonna get started? Hold on, let me make sure I read that correctly. The audio didn't audio, but I saw a name pop up. Oh, it did. Thank you, Sanapa, and welcome into stream.
Subscribed for a total of 3 months.
Hide this guy. Iris is approved. It still doesn't show the name sometimes, but thank you, and thank you for the 2-month streak. Infinitesimal, yeah. I looked it up on Google, the pronunciation. Hold on, you can hear it, or you should hear it. If I mute this guy, and then I mute this guy here, you should be able to hear it now.
Infinitesimal.
Let's see. Let me mute this guy back here and go back to the Spotify music. And after my 5th semester, I fast forwarded in time, and now I'm learning everything from scratch. I see. That's one way to do it, certainly. Yeah, absolutely right. Thanks. Sometimes, Google's there when you need it. Saying that, though, that timer is done, so let's get started into things. If I go over here into make sure we go into here, that guy, make sure screens are good to go, and transition away. We have on today's board much of what we did last week, but just the additional. So last week we worked on drawing, birds, we did crocodiles, and we did wolves. And today we'll be trying to draw bears, frogs, and deers. And hi, is it rat chat? I think. Welcome into stream. You can correct me if I'm wrong, and I can try again, but welcome in. Hello. Yeah, we'll be doing bears, frogs, and deer is today's agenda. And I'll show you a bit the previous ones we've done gaming. A lot of gaming drawn today. And there's been a bad hurricane on the West Coast, so I got bad weather until school starts. Why must every year we have terrible natural disasters which mildly inconvenience me? Well, that's unfortunate. I hope you stay safe and check. You can't just say that and then say that. Oh, that's terrible. Saying that though, let's go ahead and start off with the Pixelart of the day. Then we'll talk about resources, getting to drawing, or a bit of a recap, then draw, and then do a community review. I can't bear the pun. Impossible.
Subscribed on YouTube.
And let me grab that name. The guy should be pulled up, but it's not. But let me get that name from the YouTube side of things. We have once it finishes loading, a thank you to Sappy. What a cute name. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube, Sappy, and welcome to stream. Alrighty then. It was a boost. Oh boy, terrible all around, I tell you. Today's Pixelart of the day is made by H2O Urvida. H2O Urvida. And Pixelart of the day is a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where we attempt to, really, it's a collaborative effort. We spend 5 minutes looking at some pixel art I can either find on YouTube, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, anywhere I can find it. I try to find art relating to the thing we're talking about, and the hope of looking at this Pixelart of the day is that we can hone in our skills of observation and get a better idea of techniques that pixel artists use. So not just in games, but in art in general. And then, hi, Eska. Welcome to stream. Hello. And his eyebrows are very cute. And hi, Napa. Welcome into stream. Howdy. Hello to you as well. Saying that, let's try to see what we like, what we dislike about this pixel art. You can see here that there's some ideas to get you started. The idea is that by looking at a lot of pixel art, you'll be able to understand what you want in your own art. So if there's things that you like about it, things don't like about it, let's brainstorm and get together for a few minutes. And what do we learn from this art? Well, that's easy. Floating eyebrows improve frogs. Good lesson. Perfect. Much think. Very well. So what I'll go ahead and do is put this guy, not that guy, this guy. There we are. 5 minutes on the clock. And a frog just in time for the end of Frogist. That's something I noticed. Frogs seem to be very popular. I'm always seeing little frog art. They seem to be the token go-to for animals online, which is really cute. Saying that though, what are some ideas you have? For me at least, to start out, I really like the colors. I see, let's see, black, green, and yellow. You could call it yellow/orange as our color. So there's 3 colors, and I think those clear colors. And also, I think something to note is that the background and the orange/yellow is, what would you call it? Complement, COMPLI. That doesn't feel right, but we're gonna go with it. And the fact that blue and yellow and orange, those guys tend to work well together. And I think that's why the background's blue. Then again, frogs go with water, so that could be the case as well. And frogs and toads are especially popular on Wednesdays. Is that really true? Let's see. And I like the very subtle shading below one of his eyebrows and the place where his legs bend itself. We're scrolling. Are you talking about this shading here?
Rat065 just
the entire thing's broken. Let me grab that name. Let's see. Rat Chat. Thank you. Rat Cat. Or maybe Chat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Hello, and welcome into dissecting this frog. Let's see. We have August, but love frogs. And you gotta catch up on your memes if you don't know Wednesdays. Oh no! Oh, the Wednesdays, my dudes. I have heard of that before, but I don't know much about it. And it feels like they're the same in the current internet with cats. Yeah, it does. And I mean the slightly darker section under the eyebrows further to the right. Left, right, this area here, maybe? I can never tell. I'm trying my best to learn my left and right. Let's see. Saying that, okay. I would say there's a lot of anti-aliasing going on here. You can see, let's see, both inside and outside. And when I say that, I mean, you can see how there's green dots here to round things out. And Is that the Wrath? Is the Wrath cake, the Wrath I know about? And hi, Boolean. Welcome to stream. Welcome to looking at this frog. Welcome in. Meme knowledge. Thank you, Aska. Oh boy, that's what I thought. It's a different name. It's similar, but it's different, Frost. Let's see. But you can see here, there's a bit of anti-aliasing. And by adding it to these edges, by making some of the lines black, some of them green, if you scroll out, it adds a subtle shading that hopefully helps to add and make things smooth, is the hope of anti-aliasing. And that's one of the skills I always want to get better at, but I'm learning, and I feel like the more I look at it, the more I can try to understand what's going on here. So we have anti-aliasing on the outside and inside. It's also used, so I'll do used for lighting, L-I-G-H-T-A-N-G, as in the outline is black. However, because of anti-aliasing, the idea is that the light, because it's coming from this direction, it's lighting up that black, making it green. And frog bonk your local frog today. I thought you were going to say frog blink. What a twist. Let's see. What are other things you notice? For me, at least, I do like the floating eyebrows. I think it adds a special touch, and we can call that, I think, personification, P-E-R-S-O-N-F-I-C-A-T-I-O-N, personification of eyebrows. Adding a human feature onto objects can make humans relate to them more. And I definitely see that. It went from being a normal frog to being an interesting frog with just the eyebrows alone. And hello, Curso. Welcome in. And it's cool you make notes on art like this. Thank you, Wally. My hope is that I can get better at having a good eye for what I like and what I dislike. And then from there, when I make my own art, hopefully by doing lots of these, by writing them down, they'll be in the back of my mind. So I can say to myself, ooh, I want to add lighting to this art, but I don't know how. What if I do like that one art I saw where they added anti-aliasing for the back for the light? It's that idea. And I'm wondering why the floating eyebrows were added. I think without them, the frog would feel less expressive. Yeah, because frogs tend to look kind of dead or lifeless. If I do that, it turns into a normal frog. But if I do that, it's got a little character. And no, that's frog blink. Get serious. Also eyebrows, because eyebrows, also why are they so thick? And they look like mini unibrows. They are rather thick. I'm surprised, but I do think it adds character too. Just adding extra emphasis on the eyebrows. Or what's else something we can notice? I would say the back legs, there's one leg in front, one leg in shading. Frog stole my eyebrows. I don't think you have very thick eyebrows, Boolean. Then again, I don't tend to pay attention to eyebrows. So I have to check again. Saying that though, that timer's up, and just to recap what we've seen, and hi Leon Black, welcome to stream. Add eyebrows to everything, noted. If not eyebrows, adding human-like eyes. For example, this is a very frog eye, and I like the shininess because it adds a feel of, hey look, there's some light in the soul there. It's not all dark and grim. And let's see, probably similar to why domesticated dogs have elaborate eyebrow movements. Oh yeah, that's true, because it makes them feel more human or sentient to us. So humans select for dogs that have the trait with the eyebrows because you like that trait in animals. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The eyebrows add that feel that you can connect to them. Local man gets his eyebrows stolen. Frogs hate him. Let's see. And I started using DB32 only. It's less challenging than Game Boy Tube. It's style until I can become better using color. Ooh, hold on. Let me copy that cursor and I can take a look into that later. Thank you for that one. As for me at least, I want to get good at color, but I feel like in order to get good at color, you have to get good at shading. So I'll go ahead, slide this guy over here for our notes and everything, and let's go ahead and talk about some resources. So let me go into planning here. Now I have to imagine a frog licking of drawn on eyebrows from people. That sounds horrifying. And human eyes can also turn out demonic, like demonic horrors though. Oh yeah, you have to be very careful. You have to go for the cute ones, the cute eyes. If I do exclamation study, we should be able to send that in there. And that should be that thing there. Let me go ahead and grab on the YouTube guy here and paste that guy in. There we go. So if you go onto that link there, it'll send you to the resource website. And if I go into, let's see, click that button there, make sure all buttons are clicked. Many buttons shall be clicked, and they grow opposable thumbs. Oh, I mean, they kind of have little thumbs. They're not opposable. Oh, you can't see what I'm zooming in at. Hold on. The frogs kind of have little opposable thumbs, kind of, sorta. Not quite, but they're kind of there. We go here though. The link you just saw is a website. I have made a website, and the hope of this website is that as we go on through these studies, as we go on through learning things about game development, as that's my hope here, to learn all aspects. So we cover programming, we cover pixel art for the art of the game, we cover making music for the game, we cover making, what else do we, stories, writing. Any topic you can think of is what I try to focus on. And once a week, we do these pixel art studies. And if you've ever wanted to get into pixel art, what you can do is click this guy. You should immediately see Getting Started Pixel Art. And what this guy will show is that it's an article here, and you can read through it if you like reading. I go over programs, I go over, let's see, articles, I go over books, websites, videos, as I myself am not a pixel art expert. I learn day by day. And while you put a lot of effort into this, thank you, Ollie. I try. And can you teach me how to do a backflip? Unfortunately, no. And here's Jack of all trades, master of them all, eventually, someday, soon to you. But if you're not into reading, I also have on here a video you can check out, which also covers this website here. So if you more a reader, there's this here. But if you're more a video person, that's there too. And hi, Murda. Welcome in Discrimination. Welcome back. Hello, Eris. I've been using the resource you provided. Thank you. I'm glad. I hope they've been helping. I certainly do. And that's so sad. Saying that though, today we're focusing on animals. So if I click on here and I type in animals, you should see animal study. Very helpful? Good. That's really good to hear. And 3D art? I'm guessing DB32. I'm gonna have to look into it later, Cursal. And Master Caffeine Sobriety. What do you mean? Got a cup right here and it's not helping none. You can see these are resources. So just to go over them very briefly, the hope is that any video I can come across on YouTube that deals with drawing, pixel art, animals, or whatever the subject is. So for example, here we have a compiled list I could find of videos relating to it. And from there, we also have this website, the Spiders resource. This needs to be reworded, but the Spiders resource is a website that if you've ever come across a game, it doesn't even have to be pixel art, but a video game in the past, it might be on this website. And the idea behind using this resource is you can see Game Boy Arcade. If you click, for example, Nintendo 64, these are games here. And the idea is that people come together and they take the resources, the textures, everything they can out of the game and post it online for us to look at. And why this is handy is the fact that if I go back into our pixel art of the day, where are we at? This guy here. If I wanted to draw something like this frog, how would I do it? Where would I start? I would have to kind of zoom in, click these buttons and see, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, count it. And that's really difficult. So the idea is that you can use a website like this, find a game you enjoy. So for example, we have, let's go with Stardew Valley. You click this game here and you can see right away there. And what you would do is you click on that download button, you can grab it, drag it into your pixel art reference of choice or pixel art program of choice. So for example, I click that download button. I can then take you into Aseprite here. Aseprite, go ahead and drag that bear file. And once that bear file is dragged, I can then now zoom in and I can tell for certain how big everything is. So for example, here we can see this bear is 32 by 32, which makes it really handy and easy to understand and get a better idea of what you're looking at. And boo, one time I checked like 28 bottles of maple latte. And it would have been, if I would have drawn a frog, I would feel a little despair that happened to listen to a desert frog war cry. Hold on, I'm gonna also have to copy that. And the pixel work on this frog makes it seems kind of interesting. The lines are mostly even, but they break to show curves. Yeah, it's really interesting. I do agree. And I have something like your website thing, except it's all private. Maybe I should consider opening up like yours did. I would suggest it, Wally, but if you're not comfortable with it, by all means, you don't have to. The purpose of the website itself was to get better at sharing resources. Before I was able to get enough money from all of you to make the website, I was using Google Docs to link all of the resources I came across. So the fact I can now have a website to make things easier to navigate across is really great. I'm very thankful for it. Let's go back into, let's see, private browser here. And from there, we have a list of pixel art games I was able to come across that have animals in them. So if you click these guys, they should bring you to some animal references. And down here is itch.io. Now, most of you have probably heard of itch.io for the very reason of it just being a website you go to upload your games, get games, and I forgot how you change the Aseprite color like you did. I cannot quite show you at the moment. It's a theme. It's an Aseprite theme. If you Google up Aseprite themes, you should be able to find some of them. I don't remember the specific one I have though. And I did read that. Good. So in this example here, you can see what people usually do is they download assets to put into the game, but you as an artist, you can download assets to use as study references. So just like with Spiders resource, the Spiders resource, you can also go to itch itself. And for example, let's just see Penzilla here. we can click it and we can go to the download button, and like with Writer's Resource, you can download it into your program and look at it for reference. So I thought this was a handy tool, both of these guys, and this is amazing. I do agree. I find them very handy, as the only way you can get better is by having a lot of good input. And hi, how are you doing today? Hello, Mr. Ratinator? Maybe? You can tell me how close I got. I can try again, but welcome into stream. Hello. I'm doing great, and I'm doing excited. And her themes were posted on by her before. I can tag to them. If you wouldn't mind, Frost, that'd be great. That'd be very good. Thank you. Saying that, though, let's go back. Oh, you know what? Speaking of Discord, we might be able to find it. So let's go back into planning here. And from here, what you can see, let's see, DISCORD. There you go. And retector, and it's twice already. Eventually, I'll get it. I have to see it multiple times. And so we're drawing frogs today. We're drawing frogs, we're drawing bears, and we're drawing deer. If I can go ahead and go into, let's see, Discord right here. You link to the Discord, and what we'll do at the end of stream is if you happen to draw any animals, it doesn't even have to be the animals we're drawing today, but if you happen to draw some animals, what you can do once you join the Discord is you can navigate all the way down from welcome into the Pixelart studies with me. And you can see these are previous studies we've done before, and we have barn horse animal study. And if I click on this guy here, you can see these are previous animals people have uploaded during the stream. So if you happen to make art of an animal and you'd like to share it, we'll take a look at this guy here on stream at the end. So that's maybe you can join along if you'd like to. And I'm banned there. Oh, I completely forgot. Hold on. Let me write this here. Okay, I'll make sure to do that there, write that there, so I can check afterwards. And my favorite part about the Discord, I do enjoy seeing all of the art. It's lovely. It's lovely to see everyone's ideas come together, and there are different interpretations of it. Saying that, though, let's go ahead and hide this guy here. And now, does anyone have a suggestion for the first animal we should do? We have bears, frog, and deer. Which one are you feeling we can do first? I'm hoping to get through all of them, but we'll see. So, deer it is. We'll do deer. And let me get some coffee. You're a little too slow, Frost. Let me get some of this. And I feel for bears. We'll do bears next. How about that? Deer, bear, then frog. Let me bring you into Aseprite. And curses next time. Link. And if I scroll back here, close this guy out, what you should be able to see is, if I click on this guy, so this was initially the first animal study we did months ago. We did dogs, bunnies, and cows, and that was farm animal themed. Next up then we did last week was the crocodiles, we did the birds, and then we did the wolves. So now we're about to do the deer, and then we'll do the bear, and then we'll do the frog. So what we'll do is we'll close this guy, and step one's going to be just testing our knowledge off the bat before we even look at references. The hope is that we can first draw upon the knowledge we already have and then tweak it and critique it. So what we'll do is we'll go into pure F here, and let's see, if we draw a deer, horse shouldn't be too difficult to do next. Ooh. Horse is one I want to get around to doing. Horse is certainly one I want to do, as horses sound like fun. I feel like horses are very popular too. And it's that thing of, usually you're going to see horses in a lot of games. Maybe not so much alligators. I feel like horses are more common. I can't remember you doing the reptile. I can't remember who it was. Oh, no worries. Let's see. And after all these animals, you know what we should do? Goose. We've already done goose before. Thankfully, I can put it behind me. So what we'll do is we'll go over here and we have, let's see, deer. Alrighty. So what are some things we notice about the deer? We have a few fawn here. I think this counts as a doe. And then we have the buck, I think it's called. And a deer, like a reindeer, like in which the king's chariot ran over. Oh boy. And I think more games would need alligators as mounts instead of horses. I do like that idea. You know what? Maybe in like a cowboy theme, instead of riding horses, you ride around in the desert savannah with crocodiles.
W111ND just followed.
Thank you to W111ND for the following. Welcome into stream. Welcome. And they have some very interesting pelts on their backs. True, an instant saddle. So, what are we saying here for sheeps? I think the easiest to be drawn would be to start off with just a standing deer and show it to all the lighteners. Let's see. I'm thinking either this one here or we can do this one here. I feel like the horns could be a lot of fun. So we'll try drawing this one here. And saying that, let's go ahead and right click this guy. And what I try to start off with first is I try to look at shapes. So if we're just looking and click on draw here, and questions always would be how to ride an alligator, like a skateboard? That would mean you're standing on it. Hold on. Do I remember if it's written? Okay. When we get to the references, I'll say. But looking at this, what are you saying? For me, I see, and we're looking at shapes here, just shapes. I see a box here. So box, you have like another box here, and then we have maybe another box here. Then we have maybe another box here. And then we have some answers, which are also boxes. So I'm just seeing a lot of boxes that we would have to add. And that would give us the, at least, this would give us the draft. Smooth jazz-ish. And hi, Beatus. Welcome to the stream. I want to make a snowboarding game filled with smooth jazz. And I need help to draw a goose, deer, or just draw Des. This is a very serious matter. I believe in you. You'll figure it out. And gators could be meat in a cowboy's game, says after drawing them in a forest animal study. They are applicable in multiple cases. And you can also call me Win for an easier time. Thank you. I'll try to keep that in mind. Well, welcome in, Wind, and thank you for the follow. And let's see, looks like a bunny. You could call it that. Yeah, a little bit. You have the really tall ears, but bunnies are shorter. They're smaller. Bunny might be, let's see, if I right-click this guy and hello. Hi. Ooh, was it Tatcherary, I believe. Welcome in. If I click on draw here, a bunny comparison might be more so like this. You have the two, and then you have the little loaf. I think this might be more bunny than deer. Deer have the long legs and the long bodies, and I love the stream with educational entertainment. Welcome in. Let's try to provide. So let's go ahead and click on and to draw. And let's see. And maybe I will contribute and break the whole engine. What a rebel. I can click on this guy here, our pair of screen, and it'll bring up this guy. And from there, what I can do is make this guy a little bit smaller, drag him out so we can still have the deer as a reference. And actually, I'm going to need to make him smaller on my side of things. Move you about down here-ish, and then make it a bit smaller so I can still see this reference. Save you about there, and then grab this guy, and we'll move him about up here. I think up here's fine. Sly Cooper. Ooh, I have heard of Sly Cooper. And Bunny is bread shape. Haven't you heard of loafing bunnies? That's a thing. And the interesting part is compared to bunnies, deer have much bigger antlers, which you can call back's ears if you want, or whatever. Huh, I've never heard of back's ears before. That's interesting. Let me go ahead and make sure this is always on top. And what I like to do usually is I start with the palette and then box ears. Oh, got ya. Box ears. And tiny reference window concepts. This is called PureF. If I do exclamation FAQ, that should work, I believe. Yep. You should be able to find the program. I think it died, to be honest. It should live for now. We go here. The palette I'll be using is a Resurrect 64. You should be able to find it on low spec, but if you search this up, the word here, you'll be able to find the palette. And actually, I think I can also, for any of you that are curious and wanting to add, I'll put it in the Discord area as well, if you'd like to use this palette. So give me 1 second, materials here, and then I should be able to do, let's see here, Resurrect 64, there we are. Okay, I also posted the palette in that area there, so if you want to look at it, there's also there. Let me go ahead, and what we'll look at and see is, I'm thinking this brown to start off with our deer. This seems fine. We can start here or here. It doesn't really matter. It's just the base for the moment. And the day when I realized that why B is a pencil tool is the day I realized when I can finally die in peace. B is brush, I think. P is pencil. P seems like it'd be pen. P is frame properties. Oh, I am very confused. So the track. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed the music. And I'm interested, how long do you draw? Is it your hobby or work or passion? Yes! I want to get better at drawing so I can do it into my work and passion, which is making video games. And I'm currently making a video game, and since I want to draw the art for my game, I've chosen the route of Pixelart. So doing this is not only a hobby, work, and passion in the sense of I've got to learn it as just a base skill. And PixG's, I have not heard of it before. I will copy it. And I wish I could stay, but love the wholesome vibe. No worries, Win. Thank you for stopping by. And again, thank you for that follow. Let me click on you here, you there. Okay, we should be good. And a bunny with antlers. Isn't that called a jackalope, I think, right? I think that's, well, a rabbit with antlers. So what I want to do first is I want to try to get that box idea down. So all we'll do is we'll first start off by having that box head. So the boxy head, and then let's see, I'll zoom in here, and then let's see. Can you zoom in about there? And Pixel just is an artist. We want some inspiration. I see. Let me copy. Hold on, copy that link there, and I will save it for later. Thank you, Beatus. And copy you. Woolpool tingers are also rabbits with antlers and wings? That's a new one. I'll save this guy for later. Thank you. Ooh, that's really nice. I can't agree. Let me slide that there and down here. Chapaloop's a monster unknown to the rules of... They are certainly horrifying, and it's really nice. I agree. So let's see. We have kind of a spike here, right? Spiky bit there, and let me zoom this out a little bit. So we have about a spike there. We also have that box there, and then we have the body, which is a box. So we'll make the box body here. Well, maybe there, maybe this here, and that exists. What exists? The jackalope or that? The Woolpool tinger? That one's new. We'll just figure out the box shape. So I see a box here, right? Box for this guy here. It also seems to have a longish neck, so we'll also probably go down there. And then from there, we also have the legs. So we'll make sure this is a long box. And then this is a long box. And then that's the summary of the deer for now. We can figure out ratios and everything. We're just putting things down. So let's see. Erase you there, put you down there. Yeah, that's good for now. Just simple box to figure out the shapes and areas. And the hope again is that we're not making this too clean. We're just starting out. It's more of a warm-up to get our minds in the area. And who summoned the deer? Hi, Zero. Welcome to the stream. Let me go ahead and copy this, paste this, and then I can slide you over. From there, what we'll do now is we'll try to start refining the pieces. So we're gonna go in and see if we can add shapes. For example, now instead of a box, what we're looking for are these simpler areas. For example, if I click on draw here, we can now kind of see there's a shape here for the neck, maybe something like that. And then there's a bit of a triangle cone for the head. And then for this body area, it kind of overlaps and it goes down and around and it goes up, something like this. So now we're taking our box shapes and we're refining them. And if I go ahead and click on this guy, you should be able to see the difference where it goes from box into curve. So I'll go ahead and I will slide this guy. Let's see. We'll slide you about there. That should make it easy to see. Save it. Jackalopes are a creature of myths, and wolfen tingers are folklore creatures in Germany. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So let's see here. If I go ahead and erase this guy here, yeah, I'm guessing you thought it was a real creature check. I want to try to keep this in 32 wide by 48 tall, so we'll stick to this bounding box area. And from here, what I want to do is we're adding a little bit of refinement. So I can go in a little bit, and now we're just trying to get the clearer pictures here. And this deer lost its head. And I don't want to bother Arissa, but where did she get the palette from? Forgot the name for a few minutes. Thank you for pointing it out, Frost. And yep, Resurrect64, this guy right here. You should be able to Google it, and you should be able to find it, as it's a pretty popular one. It's one of my favorites too. I like the feel of it. So if I go ahead and erase this guy here, we kind of have antlers, and then we kind of have this guy up here, and then we have maybe this guy kind of coming out here. Maybe it kind of comes down a little bit. So we're just adding on to the shapes, just modifying things a little bit. And this is the antlers here, but we're missing the head. So I'm gonna grab this guy, move him up, also zoom out. You don't want to be too zoomed in. But now we have that cone head that we were going for, right? So I can kind of add that cone bit here for our cone head. Something like that there. That feels like a cone-ish head. So we'll add that for our cone-ish head. And then from there, we have the neck. And actually, let's keep that pony bit there for our cone head. And it seems to be the case that this body might go out a little bit more, or at least, let's see. We're just checking proportions. The body, or the neck at least, then comes out a little bit. So it kind of comes out about here, like that. And then it curves in with that body. And hi, Catatonic. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. I do recognize that name. Hello. Let's see. So we have that shape of the neck, right? Then we have the body. The body kind of goes down a little bit, kind of down here. And actually, we might have to make this go up even more. And wouldn't antlers on the body be just some funky spikes? it would then become a horrifying creature with multiple spikes, and it's scary and rawr. Very dangerous, much scary. Stay very far away. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. We'll make the legs a little bit longer here because we see that body going down. A Canadian or American goose? I can't decide what to draw. Ooh, Canadian. Ah, yes, a natural creature of the wild, and she turned the deer to Oh boy. I'll add this guy down here because we see that dip, and then we have the back legs here. And now we just need to add and connect the legs. So we're kind of adding the bit more refinery. So we're seeing that the legs kind of separate here. So I'll add this bit here. The body kind of goes in. We then have a little hoofs here. And these are pretty long legs. But you know what? I don't mind going for a little bit more on the stylized side of things. And most of the times when you have animals and antlers elsewhere, they're bony tumor growths. If you look for dire creatures like fantasy dire bear, dire rat, ooh, that sounds scary. I like to interpret the sentence as sort of draw Canadian. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Was it different? Oh, wait. You were saying Canadian ghosts. Oh, you know what? That makes more sense. We kind of see this leg come out a little bit here. And casually mutilating the blobby deer. It's fine. This deer is, it'll live. It'll live, I assure you. This back leg kind of comes out a little bit, kind of comes in a little bit. I really thought it was either Canadian or American goose. And jackalopes are real. They were rabbits. Oh, that's interesting. Usually folklore tends to come from, well, it's not fiction, or at least it was taken from real life. So that's really interesting. We have this round leg here, and then we have the back leg kind of like that there, maybe, possibly. And that can give us more of the feel of this. And unfortunately, it's gonna live. What do you mean, unfortunately? It's good. It deserves life. Life is good. Now we'll go ahead and copy this guy. Copy, paste, and slide over. The thing is, the tumors were very unstable, so whenever someone would kill one, the horn would deteriorate in less than 20 minutes. So by the time they got back to town, ooh, that really is folklore. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Thank you for that information, Zero. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. And now we are getting in more of the finer details. What I usually like to do at this point, now that I have a general idea of the deer, so we took it from the box shape to then adding more features and then more refinery. Now what I like to do is I like to add a second color for the darker areas for the shadow. For example, here I'm thinking we can shade in that back leg for shadow. Maybe we can shade in some of these antlers here, but I'm just adding a second color to help differentiate? I think that's the word. And why would it want to live its life in pain? This deer it's healthy. It's lively. It's jolly. It could even be a reindeer if you believe hard enough. And I did read that. Good. Okay. So from there, we're also going to need to add the ears. So what I want to do is just go in and add extra details. I'm wondering if we should switch over to a different color. And you know what? Yeah, let's switch over to this more brownish tone instead of the, let's go for this tan color and then grab a white. I want a cream. I'm not seeing a cream. And you mean like platypus? Imagine getting, oh boy. Platypus, hyena's another one. And let's see here's underuse the fabled carving techniques. I do love a carving technique. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab, let's see, a darker color. So we're gonna hue shift. We're gonna go down to the right, and then we're gonna go for a cooler tone to make it darker. Something like that could maybe work. We can maybe grab a different color. Something that doesn't blend into the background as much. And let's see, I did do that. And too busy making memes, can't draw. Memes are fun. And from here, and hi, Matthias. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Hello. I think Matthias. You can tell me how close I got. I can try again. Saying that, let me move back down here. And now we're really trying to get the feel of the deer. So for example here, I'll go ahead and add that back leg because that leg belongs in the back. But you can see some portions of it aren't what I'm having. Mine's is a curved bow. Theirs is not curved. If I click on draw here, you can see there's about a line here. So it's kind of like a block here and then a block here. Mine is... Do you see it? So we need to be a little bit more specific with our lines. And I get fooled by Mother Nature all the time. The green colored platypus happens upon a brown colored hat. Oh boy. Let's see. So to add to that blocky feel, and another thing you can keep in mind, and what I also do, and hello, just enter your Discord. Not the very active member, but on Discord, but servers will do my best. Well, welcome in. I hope you enjoy it. I try my best to be active. It helps us that more people can join and get ideas from one another, and it can be a collaborative event. One thing I try to look for, and I forget the word for it, it's not dead space. It's not negative. I think it's called negative space. And hi, Konta. Welcome into stream. And how do I put Vim on Linux? I would not happen to know. And it's Matthew. Oh, I see. You're Brazilian. Well, welcome in. I do happen to know quite a few. Discord of Howling at the Moon. Oh. What I'm looking here is negative space. You can see it's mainly a block. But then if you're looking here, you can kind of see the shapes that it's forming. So I'm trying to pay attention to these shapes that the legs are making, which should hopefully help us. And not forget it sweats milk. Oh boy. So looking at those shapes, right, we're not seeing that guy here. So maybe what I might do is move this in a little bit. And other chat, I use Vim on Linux. Hit me up on Discord and I can help out. Contact. Well, I'm sure you could also, it probably is a Google link away also as well. And, oh, I see. And I did that, good. So let's see. We kind of have a leg, it kind of goes inwards a little bit. So maybe we can have it going inwards and then it kind of goes outwards a little bit. They do seem to have very wobbly knees. This does not seem right. But it does make sense. They kind of bend in different directions, it seems like. And I like the fool Mother Nature by drawing a turtle. Looks like a slug, croaker frog. We have this guy kind of bending in, and now we kind of have more of that diamondy shape. I want to make this a little bit sharper, so we'll add a line here. Maybe even add that guy back there. So it's a little bit thicker here. And then we'll add this guy here. Hi, Mnemonic. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Eris, Agent of Chaos. Who? I have no idea of this Agent of Chaos you speak of. I am simply a harbinger of order. So I bent the leg so that it's not curvy anymore. It's more bent is the hope I'm going for. And then there's kind of also a back leg that's bent as well. And their knees look a wee wobbly, but I think having strong joints offsets that wobbly look. Oh yeah, I mean they're supposed to look fragile and dainty. That is the hope you're going for. So there's kind of this back leg here that comes in a little bit back here. So let's go ahead and round this guy out a little bit, give him a bit more of a backside. That way it can come around and down. And then from there, look at that knee muscle on the back leg of the reference of the deer. Knee muscle? Hold on, let me grab you. Knee muscle. This one? I can't tell what I'm looking at. A powerful tendon? Oh, I bet they're very good runners. And what's up, Giggle Mug? Hi, sweetheart draws. Welcome back to stream. You know what? I'll take Giggle Mug. And dear... Oh my. Let me go ahead, drag that guy out, and move this guy a little bit down. This guy needs to come out a little bit. And hippos are opportunist omnivores. Many herbivores eat fresh meat in the opportunity. Every herbivore is an omnivore under the right conditions. It's scary stuff. We have this guy going back a little bit. I want to bring this guy so that it pops out as it's going down, right? Oh, you can't see. It's going back and then out and then in. And right now ours is going down and then it needs to go out and in. And hi, Rudy. Welcome into stream. Hola. Welcome. And I did hear that. Good. Okay. So we have this going back and then I kind of want to bring it just a little bit in. So it might go more like that a little bit. Something like that I think can work out well. From there, anything else we want to clean up? I quite like that just a little bit area there. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so any other spots? Let's clean up the ears, work on the body itself, and work on those areas. We can also see the body dipping down, the stomach at least. So let's add a little bit of stomach here. Something like that, I think. And I'm just saying, I'm point standstills. They don't need to kill humans like Reed, so enough either way. I don't even know where the conversation is. And let's see. Oh, if you wouldn't mind keeping it in English, says it makes it a lot easier to moderate. I don't happen to have one of the moderators is Brazilian, but they don't happen to be here today. Makes it a little bit easier. That way I can make sure chat stays clean. And I agree. Oh boy. Let's go ahead, and I think that's the back guy here. Let's move it in and let's work on the ear now. So, looking at our ear, right? We have that neck, head. We can even make the head a little bit rounder, something like that, adding some curve around the edges. We also need to add the ear in, so maybe we can do an ear like this. The ear's pretty pointy. Oh boy, you know what? The good part about art is that you can draw. I think for now it's fine. We're all good. This ear here, it kind of goes out, it stays pointy. I think we'll do that there, and let me lower the sky so you can see all of it. And then from there we have the antlers. Now the antlers are really intense, and keeping to this idea of staying in the bounding box, do we want to stay in the bounding box? We can kind of slide this guy over, save it then, and from there, let's see. Move this guy here, and we'll add super big antlers. You know what? Let's go for big antlers. Let me grab you here. And food is food in the end, and if they can get a snack, why not? Also, herbivores in general tend to be more aggressive than carnivores. Carnivores? Very true. Let's see. Hunters tend to avoid fights and can injure them, so most humans avoid fight or flight. And if they need feel force, they will do everything they can. Cause for them is life or death. Yep. And the good thing about art is that you can draw. Yeah. I didn't stutter. let me zoom out a little bit here so you can see the guy still. And then from there, let's go ahead and drag this guy. Let's see. Add a little bit. Now, we don't have to make it one-to-one. That's not the hope. We just want to get the feel of the deer. And I showed the deer's musculature and stream discussion. Ooh, I'll take a second. Ooh, I'll take a look at it in just a bit, Frost. Thank you for sending that over. We can check it during the ad break. Let's see. You about there. You about down here, down there, about down there. Something like that. Again, doesn't have to be accurate. We're just going for something at the moment. I'm kind of taking this guy as the guy that's in the back. So it might even be like this. We're thinking in terms of maybe tree branches. So maybe even something here and then back away from that there, about there. And what you would do here, always crazy, look at Iris' sketches out the shape. That looks more like a deer by now than I could produce in the all I'm trying to do is just, it's really in the shapes. Trying to find the patterns. For example, you start up with this, and then you define, and you're just looking for the shapes in the creature. The hope is that we're doing the hard part now. The easy part's gonna be from the texturing bits. And muscle deer, destroyer of the forest. Deers are, have you seen a kangaroo? They're scary. They're so muscly. Oh boy, let's see. Gonna go ahead and maybe see about adding this guy here for the background. Oh no, we don't want any of that. We're just looking for these guys here for the patterns in the background. Yeah, so that guy would be the area in the back. Maybe we can add a bit here to show off, hey, look, we're in the back area here. And then this guy kind of comes up a bit. So let's see. And all I'm trying to do, Iris, I would probably be able to produce the first shape that you did there. But the other improvements would take me hours. I've done many of these studies by now. There's certainly a method I've been able to figure out, a method to my madness. Let's see. I want to add, and again, we don't have to add the shapes. I'm seeing and I'm thinking to myself, do we want to either maybe move this guy out? Do we want to remove this antler in general? But I quite like it having a lot of stalks. And one thing I learned this time is to keep copying and pasting and iterating in levels. For me at least, doing it this way where I can see my old progress helps me keep motivated. Because I can look to this guy and think, man, you just gotta trust the process. And now here we are. And have you heard of a cassowary? Oh, those birds are dinosaurs. They're crazy. They're great parents though, from what I've seen, the documentaries I've seen. This guy here is also a bit in shadow. So we'll add a little bit of shadow here. See about maybe making this a little bit angled, possibly like that there. Again, what we're seeing, right, is at least the distance-wise, this guy here, the one I'm making currently, is way farther. This guy is actually going, it's over. Like over, let's see, if I zoom out a little bit, and I have undergone a 30 that there's likely not survive specific flower seal mobile. Oh boy, something like that is what the antlers are going for. You know what? That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, ear, you're going to come down a little bit. Actually, I do like you up though. Ooh, this is tricky. Okay, we'll move this guy. We'll make him come out a little bit over here. Possibly. Well, I had a shape and I lost it. So you know what? We'll keep the way it is currently. And sometimes you just don't want to break what isn't broken. Yeah. Wait, no. What's the saying? Don't fix what's broken? No. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There we are. And I'll come down maybe, draw my deuce. Oh boy. Let's see. I see. We're good. Okay. Okay. So from here, we go up, about there, up there. And this guy's about leveled, if you're looking right. These two guys are leveled. These two guys are also leveled. So keeping that in mind with these, let's see. Sometimes words just don't work properly. We'll add that guy for the underway there. And then... Oh boy, this guy here is the shading underneath. They'll also add this here to just imply with shading down there. And then let's see. Actually, we'll do that there and then kind of move it over there. And then from here, we also have this bottom guy. It's a little bit too thick for my liking. So I'm gonna curve it up just a smidge. And then we'll add this shading here because this guy is also in background and then kind of comes a little forward. So you might do something like that there to show off the branches. And then from there, anything else we can look at immediately at the very least. So we got every permutation. And the words didn't do what she meant. Words not functioning. What we can also add here, you could say, is shading like this because this is the chest, so you would see it rounded out. So you might do like that there to show off the neck muscles. And we'll take a look at that musculature in just a quick second. You might even add chest here for the bottom of the stomach there. And then from there, I think we're good to go. For now, at least. We gotta add some other details here. There seems to be a bit of the stomach kind of coming out. So you might add maybe that area down there as well to show off the leg. But now we can see that it did need a little bit more back area, it seems like. More muscle in the on the rear end of things. And those smidges of darkness do so much. I agree. For me, at least, I want to get really good at two-tone. That's my goal. So I try my best to stay in this setting as much as I can until I no longer can. Add that leg there, kind of adds that there. But this guy's kind of pointed downwards, so let's slide you over just a smidge. There we go. About there, so it goes downwards a little bit more. You're kind of looping in also down a little bit like that. Possibly like that. And those legs are insane, and the proximity of the glutes lets them really leverage all their kicking force. They're really neat animals. Truly, they're super cute too. Let's see. Move you back there, and have you about maybe back there. Loving the deers. Deer kick slightly hurt a lot. From what I've seen, they do. Let's see. Maybe a little bit more. Just a bit more. Don't get too confident. Like that. There we go. More hindquarters. And I'll go ahead and save it. Alrighty. Lastly, let's do the ears. And then I think we'll be able to add in a little bit of color. And then from there, we'll be able to look at actual Pixelart references. But first, we'll take a look at that musculature after we figure out the ear. So for our ear, we have a little bit of light tuft and then the inside. So what I might do is do something like this to show off the bit of ear. Maybe even that guy there. Can we add a little bit more point onto our ear? Something like that? Maybe, but I want the ear to go up. So maybe it can go up like that, and then that there. Maybe even go up here. Tricky. Very tricky in progress. Thank you, Frost. I'm glad you're enjoying. Let's see. That kind of goes out. This maybe is a little bit rounder, something like that there. But then it looks like too much here. So we'll add, let's see. I think something like that is okay. For now, at the very least. And hi, Claude. Welcome into streamer. That kind of looks like a whisper. Hi. welcome in. And stop. Oh boy. Alrighty, I think we're good to go. So we'll take a look at the deer muscle, then we'll go for our ad break, and then we'll see where we're at. So due to Frost's recommendation, let's take a look at the muscles, see if we can understand it a little better. As, for example, if you're trying to draw humans, you have to know what's underneath the hood of the human. For example, if I click on draw here and zoom in a little bit, people can think, okay, stick figure, this is human. I know this is human, very much human, lots of human. Let's move down here and then, oh, hold on. Okay, well, we'll just move it here. Human like this. And from people, what they might do is say, okay, I know these are hips, I know these are legs, I know that's a neck, that's there, leg. That's certainly more human. But if you know about the muscles and everything, then you can start saying to yourself, okay, I know these are the lungs, let's see the lungs here, and then you know that these are the hips for the, I forget the part, but that's the pelvis, and then you have the something there, the legs there, and then the legs there. So if you know the up top, and that would be the collarbone there, like that, and then you'd have your tendons and so on and so forth, and your skull. But if you know, and oh, there we go. If you know what's underneath, it can certainly help a lot if you're struggling. And what pun? Oh, but they're desirable. That was criminal. Oh boy. So let's go into looking at the deer reference, as I do like looking at the muscles. I think they're neat. So let's see. If I go into here and stream discussions, let's take a look. Oh, that is very, very muscly. It reminds me of looking at cow muscles. Cows are pretty strong too. A lot of animals are very strong. They're very well built. Let me drag it down here, copy you. And then from there, let's see, paste you into here and move you back here. Interesting. Yeah, you can see it. And looking at this guy now, right, you can kind of see the shape of the legs. So maybe we can go back to my drawing, for example, and looking at this guy, what we can see is there's a shape, kind of like a box, and then there's another box here. So that might be more accurate. But then remember, you don't have to have accurate art for it to look nice. It can be stylized. And notice that she do the Skilly's neck almost like she's used to it. What do you mean? I am used to not breaking necks. Yep, built like a baked bean. Oh boy, just nice and cozy. Saying that though, let me go ahead and save this guy here. And then from there, we'll move to, yeah, okay. we'll try texturing the deer. We'll try drawing it. But first, because the ads are about to do their addy thing, I'll let them do their thing. So I'll have that button there, and I can grab some coffee. I feel like I ask this each time we do an animal stream, but let's change it up a little bit. What are your favorite, repeat Matt last message? Let me scroll up a little bit. What do you mean, Zero? I did read your last message about I did read your last message about the village. I did read that one. And is it too dainty now you see what's inside? It really is on the inside that what is what matters. So I got a question for you. All of you. Let's see. And oh, that sounds scared me. I thought it was OBS saying it didn't work properly, but what's your favorite ocean animal? How about that? A favorite ocean animal, aquatic animal, any favorites? We're doing forest, but I asked forest last time, and some of you were here from last time, so make sure I get new answers. Let's do forest animals. How about that? And let me go ahead and save you here. I have realized it's not hot, so I need to turn on the heater so I can get some heat going up in here. And let's see, just a huge bone and a metric ton of muscle, and a vulture that has drowned? Huh? Vultures didn't do nothing to you, Chuck. At least that I know of. Vultures are adorable. That doesn't count. That doesn't count one bit. Vultures are cute though. I can see vultures. A frog. Aquatic animal. You know what? I would count frog. It could be aquatic, it could be forest, it could be anything you imagine your heart's desire. I could see it being. Let's see. For me at least, there's so many cool fish species, but I can't remember. But I think I also brought it up last time, but have any of you ever heard of cuckoo birds? It's a saying, I think cuckoo clock, cuckoo bird. They're these species of birds that are terrible. They're menaces. They're terrible birds. What they do is they remove the parents of the other species. So for example, cuckoo birds. What cuckoo birds do is they will lay their eggs in the other bird's nest, and then the baby birds will knock out the other eggs so that all that remains are the cuckoo birds. And the parents the parents of the original parents, not the cuckoo parents, and I remember hating them when I was a kid. The original parents are forced to take care of the cuckoo birds' children, otherwise they're gonna get bullied by the cuckoo birds. And I hate all fish, personally. I mean, fish have been growing on me. As there are cuckoo birds, there are cuckoo fish. And they do about the same exact thing, where they destroy the fish's spawn, and then they lay their own eggs, and then the fish is forced to take care of their children. It's terrifying, but it's also super neat. We still posting to Barn Forest? Yep, 100% Zero. That's hopefully where all the animals will be collected. And cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Crazy for the Cocoa Puffs. We're back from the ads though, so welcome back. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. Let me go up here, and now what we'll do is see if we can add some color, and then from there, we'll take a look at actual deer that have been drawn by pixel artists from different games. And can you sing like cuckoo birds? Hi, call me Ghost. Welcome to stream. Can I sing like cuckoo birds? I don't know what they sound like. I haven't, the cuckoo part? Or what do you mean? And hello again. Hi, welcome back. And don't think, I don't fish to grow on humans. Maybe see a doctor or marine biologist. That would be pretty scary. I can agree. And hi, Crab King. Welcome back to stream. Welcome back in. Let me raise this guy up a smidge and lower you back down. There we go. And isn't it like some cuckoos just wait to give the child as a surprise for the other parents? Yep, bird babe has some marketing to match the parasite's bird family. Yep. The thing is, some birds know that it's a parasite bird, but they can't do anything about it. So let's go ahead and add a cream. Now, I don't think I have a cream color on here, so we'll have to make our own cream. And I really like creams. I like the colors of it. Let me move this guy down here for now. That way we can grab our creams. So for cream, I'm usually going up here, and I like going into the yellows a little bit of the whiter tones. So maybe something like this can be our cream. We could even make it a little bit whiter. And time to make Stantler. I do remember that deer. Pokemon. It's a Pokemon. I do remember that one. Let me slide you over about maybe here. And if we don't want it too bright, we could also lower it down. We're there's different tones we can go for. The good news is that they're all hue shifted, so the hope is that it gives us some flavor. And I'll go ahead and slide this guy back over, down a little bit, so now that we all have all of our colors. So let's go in a little bit and see about just shading really quickly. So for example, here, I might add in that cream that we have for the bottom of the neck here. So I might add in the bottom here for our painting, like that there, and then it's not all here. So I might add it for here, maybe even do something like that there. There you go. For that guy there, and have it come down like the neck here. And then let's see. And did you know it got an evolution? I think I do know. My Pokemon knowledge is not too vast, but I do remember the deer ones. Those were the first ones I spotted. And it's terrifying to add the first little bits of different. It's so terrifying to add the first little bits of different color on a base. Terrifying, yes, but what I can remember is I have a backup. So if I do something wrong, I can just try again. There's no harm in trying ideas out. So let's see. This guy's actually not as tall, so we'll remove it a little bit here. And why deer? Oh, I don't think I've heard of it before. I'm gonna have to look it up. Ooh, interesting. Let's see, we have about this guy kind of coming back here. Maybe more so like this to show off that area there. And then we have this darker area. Might even fill this guy in. And that's a good way to frame it. And yet another good reason to keep adding different copies and checkpoints. Another thing you can do is also duplicate your layers. So if you don't want to just copy and paste, that's also why I have this big canvas, despite only using this small space. So I can just copies. Copies are really nice. Let's see. I'm thinking here, at least, to show off the neck area and to show off the lighting, because this part's a little bit shaded, and then this part's in lighting. So what I might do is add this guy here to show off, hey, look, some of the area is being shown off, but I don't quite know if I like that or not. But again, we're not being too specific at the moment. It also seems to be the case this guy has a lot more chest area than I gave him credit for, but for now, you know what? It's fine. We'll just add in the little legs here, something like that there, maybe a little bit down here, fill in these legs here, like that there, maybe even a little bit there. And then we can add back on our colors here. So something like this here for our little legs to show off the legs are so wobbly. can I do anything about it? It might be too small. It just might have to be something that's on the more stylized side. And his eyes are up there. We'll add the eyes. I'm excited to add the eyes. We have about that down there. Let's see, you about there. Yeah, okay. And then maybe we can round this out a little bit. And is the only difference between the paid Aseprite and the trial version just the inability to save, or are there other differences as well? I don't know. I might have tried the free version of Aseprite, but I don't remember. If you're looking for alternatives though, Sharkshoe, you can look up Librasprite. If I do Pixelart GS, you should be able to find the alternative I linked to. Librasprite, it's a fork of Aseprite, so it's basically Aseprite, just not modern Aseprite. Isn't Aseprite free? Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. As well, yeah, there's also a way to compile Aseprite, and I also have it on the website too. A way to compile Aseprite. Some people don't know how to compile, some of them don't want to go through so it's always, I forget to mention the compiling, but yep, you can as well. And Sawbucks is the deer Pokemon? I don't remember exactly the names, but that does sound right, I think. So let's see here, we have wobbly legs, knees there. We have maybe a little bit of, you grab this guy here and grab you here, like that there, and then maybe a little bit of under guy there. Something like that, but actually no, keeping it simple, keeping it as simple as I can. For example, maybe we have this guy showing that the knees are bent inwards. But these legs are very sketchy. From here, what we'll do is we'll grab our cream, and then we're gonna make it a darker cream. And I'll look more into it later, thank you. Of course, I hope you find it handy. Let's see, we'll go down here, go back into our darker colors, cooler, and last time I tried to compile it, my potato laptop got crippled. Oh no! The thing is, I had to learn how to compile because I needed to compile my game. So I had to learn, but I spent a good 2 weeks learning how to compile. And is that, it's the one that changes by the season. Oh, I do have that reference, Zero. I do indeed have that one. We'll take a look at it soon. So I have the shaded highlight, right? And what we'll do is we'll add, let's see, this guy here, and then this is the stomach. The stomach kind of comes down, maybe something like that there for our stomach area to show off, hey, look, there is a different area here. And then we also have a bit of a separator. So let's see, maybe we can move you down here, here, here. I'm just wondering how we can separate the two distinctions in colors and everything, as there's a stomach here, and there's also the leg. So what you might do is you might slide this guy down, a little bit darker, a little bit greener, more into the greener tones here, to show off the differences. So then what you can do then is something like that, where you can show off the line to separate the two. And I'll go ahead and grab that guy, bring him right back over to our left. And I'm not sure how well I quite like this, but again, We're just trying things. Not trying to be perfect. We're just trying. That's the step 1 of this process. So we'll go in. We'll see about adding some areas here for the bottom of the leg. Maybe we can even add a bit more of the back area now. We can make it a little bit thicker, possibly. And hi everyone by the internet. Welcome to stream. And let's see. Deers are cool. Oh, deers are cool. You making a Pokemon? Not today, no, but we are gonna look at some Pokemon in quite a second. Let's see. For this inner thigh, we also have a dark color here. So we'll also add it to here. We also have this guy as a bit darker. And then to show off the areas that are in light, I'll also add this guy in here. You up for a challenge or up for a challenge? What do you mean, Zero? I don't like the sound. I don't like the idea or sound of a challenge. I don't like the magic words you're speaking. Let's see. Then here we have the back of the body. So you might do something like this to show off. Hey, look, this is the stomach area that's coming out and about. And now that I'm seeing this, what I'm thinking is we need more stomach. We probably need more stomach. So I might drag this guy down, might drag it more down here. And do you watch anime? I do indeed. I do. I can't list you my favorite though at the moment, unfortunately. My memory, not very good, especially when put on the spot. Let's see, longer legs. Mine is kind of looking, or you know what? Maybe the body needs to be longer. A challenge from hit music sensation, Epic the Musical. I don't remember the names of the songs, but oh boy, don't get me started on Epic. Let's go down here. And this is tricky. They have a really big body, don't they? And make you a deer Pokemon, let's say ghost normal type. Oh, I see. Well, today I don't want to do or work on a design idea, as that would take up a lot of, oh, hold on, about there, maybe move about there. But I definitely do one stream, want to try designing and making our own Pokemon. I think it could be a lot of fun. Like designing it off of an animal and making our own. I do think that could be a lot of fun. Let's see. Slide you about here for our stomach. The issue was we're missing the stomach area. Okay, is it less legs, more stomach? What are we missing here? Let's see. And me forgetting everything about my personality the moment someone asks me anything. Oh boy, let's see. I'll slide this stomach down a little bit here. And hopefully that should add, I kind of liked it with less stomach. More stomach, less stomach, more stomach. And the back leg of the deer has a very clear divide between the rightmost leg, foyer, and hind section of the drawing. That's not as clear as in the Pixelart, I feel. I see, and thank you to Aseprite Games. Is that how you say it? I can try again, but thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. Welcome in. Let's see. Maybe, because let's see, that guy's coming in the back, right? So that's this guy here, and then this would be the stomach we're seeing about around. Something like that for our shading. And then that would make us have more hind leg-ish. Yep, good job. Thank you. It's very hit or miss when it comes to ideas of names. And let's see. Thanks for hosting a cozy stream. Well, thank you for stopping by. And thank you for the follow. I hope you like it around here. So let's see. This hind leg kind of comes down. And then this guy really comes backwards. So it might be more so like that there. Maybe we can even move this guy kind of over you. Hold on. About there. Okay, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right either. Hold on. What have I done? Okay, hold on. Okay, you go there. Slide. Okay, that's not too bad. Maybe we can move you. Well, you already kind of go down by 2. So you know what? We'll keep you. Maybe. You need to be thinner, I think, around the edges here. Maybe there. Maybe. We'll go with that. And then from there, let's see. We're going to need some white dots and spots. So I'll just go ahead and start maybe like a texture here. And then kind of come up here. And then maybe go up for white. Up there. Maybe we can even do just a little bit of the dots here. Like that. And we're gonna need, well, this guy here has a lot more leg than mine. And let's see. Hi, Talcum. Welcome to stream. I don't mean to be crass, but the way you put the color palette above the deer makes it look like it's the deer's twig and... huh? Oh, don't quite get what you mean, but that's certainly a little bit on the cross slide, yes. And I think what you did just now is a huge improvement. Well, thank you. Saying that, though, let's see. From there, let's see. There's a line about here. Maybe we can do a line like that. And then there's kind of another line here. And fluffy tail. I'm not seeing a fluffy tail. I'm going off a reference here. Then again, you know, I'm all for a little fluffy tail. But we'll see about adding extra details. So let's see. The brown, or now we have the stomach, and then this part of the body goes down here, and then up here like that for the stomach, and then we have the back bit there. So this might hopefully help show off the more of the body, maybe. Okay, and then from there, let's see. You have that back leg, and then you have some spots around here. Check us right, we need the tail for the sauce purposes. References beyond. Well, hold your horses, we'll give a go. I'm adding more dots to the back. Let's see. Oh, this is tricky. The back kind of has a darker color. So maybe we can add a back like that up here. And then that guy can kind of come down a little bit. Maybe we can add some areas here and then add some dots. Maybe dot there, dot, dot, dot. And the issue with dots, or at least with these guys, I forget what they're called. I think they're called orphan pixels when you add singular guys. But I think it's okay for this one here because we're adding spots. Usually you might want to do more spots, like maybe this to show off a spot. But because of the way the deers are very spotted, I'm thinking about making them singular. And I have very little clue what I'm saying. And hi everyone by the internet. Welcome to stream. And please let me at least finish the initial cute details now. You want cute. Hold on. I'm just gonna, there we go. And then. There you go. Are you satisfied? And hi from Mel. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. I hope you've been doing well. What up to you? Let's see. And wonderful. Good. From here, we'll add a bit of dark spots as well. So what I'll do is I'll grab our shaded color and we can add a few spots here. So for example, when things start going down here, we can add in this area. We can also add our spot bits here and here. Something like that there, maybe there. And that way it kind of looks like it's coming into the light. And are you gonna make an RPG one day, or is that harder than doing what you're doing now? RPGs are a pain. And that two pixels of blush always gets me giggling. we haven't, well, I'm just right now trying to, remain calm, we're in a controlled environment, no chaos to be found here. Let's see, something like that there. And then have the stomach kind of come down a little bit more, and then kind of come a little bit up. So maybe like that there. And then, yeah, and then we need that separator color. So maybe something like that there. Maybe. For now, we'll keep it like that. Let's finish off with the antlers. I think are fine. They're already shaded as I think they're going to get. Let's add the ears. So the little ear fluff here. So something like, let's see, a little bit of ear tufts maybe going on like that there. And maybe that kind of can go, yeah. Let's cut off that corner. I think that's fine. And then add a little bit of shading for our ear tuft. And no chaos here. Wait for it. 0! I'm telling ya, it's not gonna be. I never once, not ever, and has started the inevitable by calling it out. No. We're going to remain calm, controlled environment. No chaos to be found here. None whatsoever. None. If you spotted some, I don't know where. I'm trying to add a fluffy bit. And hi Lex, welcome to stream. And why are you petting Cthulhu every single stream? Well, his name is Bobby, very different from Cthulhu. Bobby is just a Bobby. He's here for moral support. He's the charm of the stream. Let's see here. You there? Let's see. You about there. And then we can add the side of the deer face. So we can do something like this here to show off the side. So add a bit of carving here, like that there for shading. We can even add maybe that there to show off the areas. And then we need, let's see, also a bit of darkness. So we might grab a darker color here, go down to the right a little bit, move this guy down so we can see more of it. I love his little derp eyes. And have you ever used GB Studios? Never heard of GB Studios. Not that I know of, no. I'm guessing it's a program. I can copy this guy here and save it for later. Let's see, copy and paste. There you go. And I can save it. Yep, there we are. Okay, let me move back to here and click on this guy. And there we go, Cthulhu. That's exactly how invasions start. What do you mean? He would never harm a soul. No, never. I'm wondering how we could do the bits here that are darker. Maybe we can have this guy show off for darker edge here to show off the bottom edge. And then this guy, well, this guy's supposed to come out from here. So maybe it'll be all this guy is the darker edge. Something like that there to show off the bit that comes out of the antler. But that looks too thick. I do like this though. I think that can work. And then this guy right here, I also think this guy can work to show off the areas of the antlers. But I'm just not too sure about this guy here. So let me go ahead and grab that lasso tool here. Grab you, move you around, slide you all over the place. And maybe we can move you, flip ya, move ya there. Yeah, you know what? You're gonna go there. And for flipping, all I did was I selected it, select tool, and then I clicked on shift control. Nope, shift H. Yeah, shift H. That's how I have it set up. Which flips it, and then I think shift V. Yep, vertical, so it goes up and down. And I must take my leave now. Big fan of what you're doing. Keep up the awesome work. Well, thank you, Sharf IQ, right? Thanks for stopping by, and I hope to see you soon. I hope you, whatever you get up to, is lots and lots of fun. Let's see. We have that guy down there. And now we're gonna need some of the faces and the eyebrows. And usually these guys have really black eyes, black soulless eyes. I wanna give mine a little bit more soul, so we'll try to add that. The eyes need to be more so like an opal eyes, maybe something like that there. That's not too bad. Usually they're smaller though, so usually it's the eyes looks like that. But let's give it some cute eyes. Maybe then we can add a little bit of shine here. Okay, that looks a little bit monstrous. I'll admit, maybe something like that there, and then we can add maybe a little bit of lash there, possibly like that there. That's not too bad. And then from there, this guy kind of has a little bit of an overhang for the head. It kind of reminds me a little bit of a giraffe. I might keep it like that there. And then, so cute, thank you. I think button eyes actually work really well for deers. I do too. I think these little guys here, you could even do this. But for me, my goal is cute. And thank you for shouting out the Discord, Eska. And from there, we're gonna need the nose. Let's go ahead and add the nose here, about like there. We're gonna need probably the mouth to go about here. Maybe a little bit of a smaller nose, something not too big. We're going for small and cute. That's my goal for this guy here. Something like that there. That looks like a bird. What have I done? Why does it always lead back to bird? Just a big toucan. Okay, let's see. I'll move you about here for your nose. Yeah, now you look like a Squidward. That's not what we're looking for either. Actually, you know what? It kind of looks like it's a face. It looks like a big shouting mouth. Hold on. Ah! It's cute. Oh boy. Let's see. Okay, no beak. We're not going for beak here. Looks like the Minecraft villager. It does. It does. Oh boy, I'm not alone. Maybe that there. That's good. And then maybe we can have some grass kind of coming out like that there. There you go. Okay, my dear is all done. Art is suffering. No, art is thriving. Art is doing just well. I think I'm done with my deer. I quite like, you know, well, it was supposed to be, well, males are usually the ones with antlers, but, well, maybe she's a very effeminate male. I did give lashes. And no deers were harmed during the stream's creation. The deer is fine. What do you mean, Check? Look at it. It's completely fine. And I think the green tone might hurt the readability of the grass a wee bit. I mean, I feel like the context clues is enough to show it's grass, but we could always slide it over more towards grass. So for example, that could be slid over, and then that could be more, so let's see, more in the grass arrow, more in the grass arena, and then this guy can also be slid over for more of a grass feel, something like that. Can add a grass. The grass looks like a hold on. That's cute. A little mustache. Okay. Hold on, let me get water. Ho ho ho, j'ai un dia. Ooh la la. Omelette du fromage. Okay. Okay. Let me get water. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're good. New streamer. New favorite streamer confirmed. As I said, no chaos here. All serious business. We're very serious people. Only business. Let's go ahead and take a look at actual. We're good. I hope. Let's take a look at some deers I was able to find from Pixelart games. So what I'll do is I will hide this guy for a quick second so I can have all the names all on board. And actually, let me show this guy. And your deer looks good. Thank you, Wally. Thank you. And you can already see it, some of the Pokemon that we were able to find. So, I forget who pointed it out, and what was that? The mustache rich part. I think this was called the Sawsbuck, I think was the name of this guy here. And already right away, I'm seeing some clear differences with my Pixelart. And these are sprites from Pokemon Black and White. And there's no chaos in Eris's stream. See? Alter reference. That was not chaos. That's just something else. It's called having a good time, Frost. We have also the little does, and we also have some Deltarune as well. You know, I thought it was very important we got the full aspect of deer and bird. And then let's see, this guy here, I think this was the one you were talking about, Zero, if I can recall. And that's all the deer I was able to find. However, we also do have some references from Pixelart I was able to find. For now, well, let's see. Which one do you think would be most handy? I think the one that would help us the most, currently right now, would be this guy here. So let's take a look at this guy. I'll go ahead and copy him. We'll move it over to our Pixelart, and we'll see if we can add a little bit of oomph to add what they're adding. And wow, look how big that sprite is. Way too much. I'll go BRB, I need water. Why do you think I keep 2 bottles readily available? So their deer is pretty big, and mine is also pretty big too. So that's really interesting. Okay, alrighty, I think this guy will be handy. Let's also take a look at some Pixelart I was able to find online. So if I go ahead and save this guy, we go into PureRef here, and I go ahead and open up PureRef here, and make this guy bigger like that, and go ahead and save. And hi, name shift. Welcome to the stream. You missed French deer. I hope he's been well though. Let's see. Let me go, and if I scroll here, you can see we have a deer section. So what I try to do is, if I can't find a lot of Pixelart from games, I'll go over to Twitter to see if I can find pixel artists. So for example, if you see art you like, you should be able to find them on Twitter with the name under here. Just a heads up. So for example, we have Wolf here. We also have birds that I didn't end up getting around to using. And then we also have, let's see, I don't want to spoil you, so we'll keep it at that. You saw nothing else, close your eyes. We have on here some deer. So anything I can notice, I can say here, well, the lighting on this is really pretty. The antlers on here is very textured, and then look at this. This is Pixelart. Can you believe it? This is by Acodicius the Van. That is my guess. X potato. It's very hard to change the names. I mean, if you do twitter.com, it still goes to Twitter. So I think it's A-okay. But look at this. This right here. I hope to get to a level of this soon, TM. But I really like the sun rays. Everything in it just feels very nice. And if you zoom in here, I would say it still classifies as pixel art because there's little pixels here to, what's the word I'm looking for? Depict the lines, for example, here. You can just look through, and there's so many little bits to see, and I love this. Me too. Look at the way they texture the wool and the shading of the lighting. It's really interesting overall. And then the branches of the trees are like the branches of the antlers. There's so many little details to this. It's very nice. Let's see. We have here a doe, and what I was talking about before with their dots, you can see here there's one by ones, there's 1x2s, there's 2x2s. They also stick to the idea of it being small dots. It can be stray dots. And let's see, for you here, this seems to be really big pixel art for their dots, and it looks like a bit like a llama. Which one here? This one here? I mean, it looks very majestic. I see majestic creature. It doesn't even feel like deer anymore. It feels like it's transcended. Let's see. we have here for our lines, because it's bigger art, I think they add 3 by 3 and then you zoom out. Because they use anti-aliasing, it's smooth. And the white there, yep. This is what I'm guessing. Let's see. Then we have this guy here. And these are always my favorite. The ones where, the ones where there's less color and it's bold. The bold ones are my favorite. That's what I take a lot of inspiration from. But you can also see there's some anti-aliasing going on here. Let's see. Anyone else we can look at? This one here, which has the idea of, again, lines or there's dots going on for the deer. So noticing that, I'm also noticing there's hoofs here. There's not hoofs here. So depending on it, you can add the hoofs, you cannot add it. I think adding the hoofs will be a lot of fun. And then we have cute little deers here, or does fawn, cute little fawns here as well. So this was the art I was able to find. So taking the reference from Pokemon, let's see if we can make a bit of a better deer. So we'll go back into our draw here, and let's see what additions we can add. And the thing is, my only issue with my current, and I was just in the middle of cooking and I had just heard one of the I was just in the middle of cooking and I just out of nowhere heard the loudest of laughter. Oh, that's quite common. I'm very easy to make laugh. Very easy. Something I have to work on when it comes to my method is about here at this step. I should start adding the outline. As for me, I like adding outlines to my pixel art. There's different styles you can go for. There's outline, there's no outline, there's shaded outline, and black outline. And just to give an example of what I mean, what I can do is I can go ahead and remove these guys here. So delete them. Oh, never mind, wrong layer. Let's see, dear ref. Then I can go ahead and grab you here. Delete, nope, that one there, that one. This layer right here. And if I select this guy, there's a few different outlines people usually go for. So let me drag you down here to make it a little bit easier to see. We'll drag you about up here, save you about, maybe pull you up here now that we don't need the reference for right now. We're working on shapes. I think that's really important to do. And from there, let's see. What I can do is I can double click this guy, grab our black, and if I click Shift O, it makes the outline. Isn't that neat? And you can modify the way the outline works. For example, you can only do the bottom of the outline, and it kind of makes it look like a little bit of a sticker, I would say. We also have a full quartered outline, so you can add extra edges as well. But for me, I like doing the non-edges, and there's gonna be a few settings you'll have to play around with. Usually, this guy's the one you click. You can also set the outline for inside the deer. When you do outline, make sure it's outside, and I believe selected as well. There's selected, and then there's all. So you can play around these settings, but if it looks like this for yours, you should be A-okay and good to go. And I believe previewed is just, you can see it or not see it. So I can click OK here, and now we have our outline. Isn't that neat? And what I was talking about with shaded outline is, there's a few outlines people tend to usually go for. Let me slide this guy back up. Shift O, yep. You click Shift O, and it gives you more outline. So if you really want, you could do Shift O, and then if I add a white here, it's now a sticker. But yep, Shift O. If it's not Shift O, it might be something else you have to look up, but I think the natural one is Shift O. So I'll go ahead, copy this guy. And let me see if I can very quickly bring you through the different outlines that are possible or that are usually done. As again, these are merely suggestions. You don't have to do these outlines. And this is amazing. Thank you for the knowledge. Well, thanks for being interested. The more knowledge I can share, the better. It is my duty as an eldritch being. So let's see here. Let me go ahead and copy you, paste you here, and then I think copy, paste one more time, and then we can go ahead and copy this guy up here. Actually, I'll just grab this guy here. And definitely it's better to do this in PC. Me too. PC for me at least, I've enjoyed more than doing it on the tablet. I do have the mobile version for a Pixelart app, but I always come back to PC for whatever reason. To remove this black outline, what we can do is I'll go ahead and click on Control X to remove it from the layer. So I'm cutting it, making a new layer, pasting this guy. Then if I click W for the wand, I can select all of black if continuous is checked. Because if I do non-continuous and I click this guy here, you can see it only selects this area. But when you have continuous not checked, it selects all of that color. So for example, it selects all the black, or we could select all of the brown. So what I'll do is this guy here, and then we have no outline. And is there a good pixel art app for my iPad? I don't remember the names from Murda, but you should be able to do Pixelartgs. You should be able to find the apps I recommend for mobile versions, both free and paid different versions. So you have options. And hi again, Frost. Welcome back. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome into the stream as well. And thank you. Of course. I hope you find what you're looking for. Saying that, let's go ahead and merge this guy down. From here, what I'll do is I can grab this guy. So we have our black outline. We also then have our shaded outline. So what I can do is do you here, making it the new layer again. And we'll grab our brown, make it a dark brown so it's not quite black, making about that color there. And then if I click on G again, making sure continuous is not checked so that it's all brown. And then from there, let's see. We also have our shaded, so then other guys. And actually, I think I'm gonna make this a little bit darker, like that there. There you go. We have that guy. And then we also have, let's see, there is black, there's shaded, and then there's no outline, and then there's one more. So let me go ahead and go back to here, move you down there, merge it down, last one here, and move you over, I believe, just like that, easy peasy. And we should be able to, if I very quickly go and choose a darker tone, this guy down here, that guy down there, so not entirely black, but certainly darker. Let's see, darker like that. Yeah, that can work. I'll select all of these guys. And then if we just add our black guy for our very far bottom, you should see a bit of shading going on, but I think the lighting might be too light. We'll see. I can add a little bit of shading down here because that's in the dark area. And yeah, this lighting needs to be a little bit lighter so the area is clearer to see. These guys are in darkness, so they're getting a dark color. This guy also gets dark color because it's the bottom. You would just add shading to all of these areas since they're in the shadow areas. Like that there, down there. This guy is below the antler, so this guy gets shaded. We also maybe have these guys, and this guy's in the background, so he also gets shaded. And something like that. And I'm gonna grab this color, make it a little bit brighter so it's a little bit easier to see. Maybe, let's see. We'll grab you. We'll go down a little bit more, so not too dark. And let's see, grab you, paste you there. That's a little bit easier to see. Yeah, we'll go with that. And then we'll make you now super dark, so it shouldn't be too bad of a difference. Like that. There you go. There you are. So there's multiple ways you can do it. You have no outline, you have black outline, you have colored outline, and then you have something like shaded outline. So with all of these in mind, when we look at our Pokemon sprite, what are the outlines we're seeing? And oh, would you look at that? I never know looking at these going into this, so it's, again, as I learn, as I go. But notice something. This here, right? And I love no outline. I've been enjoying it a lot. Look at this guy going back into Pure F, right? Going back into this guy. You see it? For the back here. And then if we go back into draw here, there's a pattern. There's an idea going on here. Wherever the light is, in this instance, the light's coming from here. Light's coming from up there, so all of this is dark. And that, yeah, all of this is dark. This guy's popping out, so it's in the light. Interesting. It does the funky anti-aliasing outline thing. Yeah, isn't that interesting? It's an anti-aliasing shading type of guy. So I would say this guy's probably more like this one right here. For now, we'll keep it at this one, and then we'll modify it as we go. And whichever place the line is eating turns into colored outline. Yeah, it's super pretty. I like it a lot. Let's see. So we'll go ahead and move you. Make you a new layer, because this is the one we'll be modifying. Actually, you know what? We'll paste this guy here. There we go. Okay. And then from there, I'll go ahead and select this guy and move him back up, since this will be the one we're working on. We'll go ahead and move you back up here, and then let me get some water. And hi, Nat One Night. Welcome to stream. Something tells me you're a bit of a TTRPG player. welcome in, and hello, how's everyone's day? The day is going great. I hope your day's also going great. It's always a great day when I get to draw animals. It's one of my favorite topics. If I didn't become a pixel artist in game dev, I would surely be a biologist by now. Maybe, possibly, an deer, an idea. I feel like that's a pun, but I'm not getting it, but I'm also kind of glad that I'm not getting it. Let me get some water. And D&D and Pixelart. Ah, I see. And my day's going pretty good. Been productive and got a laugh my head off earlier. Good. Let me get some water and then we'll get started. Oh. Frost, why would you explain that to me? I was happy being oblivious. And just gorgeous. Thank you, Andrea, and welcome back to stream. I believe I've seen your name before. Let me get some tea as well. Oh, not tea, coffee. Very big difference. Also, since that's the first time you're seeing the name today, this guy's on the left is mine. This guy is from Pokemon Black and White. Oh dear. Just to make sure that's clarified. Terrible. Oh boy, Mr. Sheila, pain? I don't want to feel it. You can keep your pain. I like a pain-free environment. Thank you very much. So looking at this guy, what are things we're noticing? More hydrate? Sure, it's all stuck. Is that the name of the Pokemon? Let me get more hydration, I suppose. Let's see. Alrighty, I am now properly hydrated. Let's look at this guy. Now, something to note is this pose is kind of like the pose that I have on mine. So maybe we can go for a pose that's more akin to this guy, as I feel like my guys are a little bit too thin. So what we can try to do is imitate this guy a little bit more, at least with posing. If we go into our PRF and I bring, oh, you can see it, good. I'm gonna make it small again. So small PRF for references. Let's take a look at our deer again, the deer we're referencing off of. And again, the references don't have to be one-to-one. They're whatever you think would be appropriate. But looking at this pose kind of feels like the pose we're seeing from the Sawsbuck, right? I think that's what it's called. That guy there, but the head is turned. So maybe we can try to follow the legs of this guy more accurately, since it seems to be right what we're looking for. And it's funny enough, maybe this is just a pose they often do. So we're gonna need a few modifications here. First thing first, I think we're going to have to focus on is the chest. For example, right now my chest is like here. The chest here for theirs is, if I do a new layer here, it is a full-on circle. And then you have the legs, something like that. For mine, it's like this, and then you have the back of the body. And this is again where anatomy can come into play. I'm noticing right away. Hold on. You don't say. Oh, let's see. If I just quickly draw over this deer as well, is that what we're seeing here? It's kind of like a circle. Maybe that's the center, and then you could draw it like that. Yeah, I guess if you're really looking at it, but I don't know. This is my deer. It is beautiful. There's nothing wrong. He's just missing his growth spurt. And that looks like Velma looking for her glass. My glasses. Let's see. So I'll go ahead, set this guy to be our reference trace over, and we'll go ahead and merge this down. So this is the sketch over. Yep. And I've only been here for a bit, but I really appreciate the explanation of what you're doing. Thank you. I hope this explanation can help you understand. I didn't notice you. Your deer's beautiful, actually. Thank you. Oh boy. For reference, what I'll do is I'll grab our deer and I'll modify you, move you over, so about here. Copy, then move you over to there. Yeah, and hi. Ooh, I can never remember how to say it. Inchuno, maybe. Welcome back to stream. Please tell me and correct me if I'm wrong. I can certainly try again. Let me slide this guy back up, move you about here so you can see it. And actually, we'll move you about here so you can see it. So the before and after. So, taking into care the shapes, right? Let's try to modify it a little bit. I will move that shape, remove it, new shape here, move you there, and then hide this guy so we can have it as reference. So we want a big front circle, right? We want a big, strong chest. So possibly about here. Big, strong chest. And like Echo, but with Uno at the end. Oh, I got it right! Good! Echuno! Or was Frost more correct? It sounds like Frost was more correct. Now make a deer stick figure fighting video. Hi, Swipe. Welcome to stream in this fly. Oh, flies are never fun. Let's see. For our legs, right? They're bent inwards, so bend them in, bend, we're bending in those legs. Bend them in more, bend them in. Like that there, like that, yeah, okay. And then we have another leg kind of bent inward. So kind of like you come in, let's see, about there, okay? We go back down there, okay? From there, we then have our back leg, and the back leg, now this guy's different. You can see here at least, our deer has a lot of stomach. He's been eating good. Their deer, for Pokemon Black and White, it's a very fit deer. So do we want to go for more accurate or more, what are we looking for? And I think maybe there's a medium we can do. Maybe there's a medium we can accomplish. And are these only for practice or game assets? They're for practice and looks nice. Thank you, thank you. These are for practice. The hope is that by getting better at my Pixelart, I'll be able to get better at the sprites for my game. But I'm currently making a wizard-themed cafe that takes place in a wizard academy, so deer aren't probably gonna be there. And let's see. Our deer has lived a very comfortable life. Our deer's eating good. Where are the hunters at? Good question. Let's try to go with the reference a little bit more. So we'll make this go up. We have this guy kind of coming down, and then we kind of have more of a shape, maybe more so like that. And then we have that back leg coming in, and then a little bit out. And then we have that back leg coming out, and then we have it going a little bit straight like that. And wait till you see my ghost there. Oh, I'm excited, Zero. I'm super excited now. It's always fun to see everyone's art, and I'm going to pre-order the non-existent Deer December DLC on purpose just to make sure we get some deer in the game. Oh, someone suggested like a druid, and then druid would be able to, polymorph into different creatures. I do like that idea. Oh no, what have you done? From here, what I'll do is I'll make this layer. If we go here, I can double click it. So I double click the layer, I can slide down that opacity, and now we can see the deer through the idea. We can see the deer through it. And now comes the part that is not harmful, right? It's painless. There is no harm will happen to the deer, but we're gonna have to break its legs for purposes of not science, but it's getting a bit of surgery. And hi, Ame, welcome to stream, welcome in. So we start off by breaking the legs. Oh, hold on, wrong layer. We break them, they go down here. And no harm, says Eris. No harm. This is a natural occurrence. They go through this process every year, actually. Actually, they go through this process every year. Oh, next and legs now, they will be re-added. Don't you worry. This is temporary. This is a temporary fix. I assure you, we're just lining things up with the lines we set out. That's all we're doing. Something like that there. Okay, like that there. There we are. Now, only modifying that, does it look more like a deer? If I hide this, do you think the body looks a little bit better? I would say it feels a little bit more on the accurate side. We still have to modify a few things. It's time to call PETA. And deers break their bones like werewolves? Maybe? I don't know all the animal facts. I only know a few of them, all right? I'm no expert, and it's portioned out for dinner. Oh boy. What I'll do then is I'll add in that neck curve that we see. This guy right here, that neck curve. So we'll move this guy in, outwards. And now we'll go in and we'll try to add in the extra areas that need to be filled in. Some of these guys here, we're just adding in those bits there and bobs. And hi, Petey. It's been quite a second since I've seen that name. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. I hope you've been well. Let me grab this guy here, make sure it's going back because that guy's very pointy. We have this guy coming in about out, down, so more so. Maybe remove you there, and oh wow, really made this deer's chest beefier. Yeah, that's what was missing, I think, because that has a chest, that guy also has a chest. The chest, I think, will make a difference. So then we have that guy kind of come down a little bit, and then kind of come down a smidge. So something like this, and then we can still have that stomach that we saw before. Stomach can kind of come down and up, like that. Maybe more so like that. There we are. And beefier, perfect for jerky. I wonder how venison jerky would taste. And hello! My work is so busy, Eris, so much overtime! Well, I'm glad you were able to spare a chance to stop by here, Petey. I'm happy saying your name again. And the front legs are really useful for stopping being able to tolerate those mega kick legs. Back kick time. Okay, so now let's see how well our deer fares. Let me go ahead, and we need to have that little space in between, right? So we'll modify that a little bit, add it in between. Okay, alrighty, this deer has got a bit of a lift. So let's go ahead and fill in the colors. And then you have to hope the deer you get is actual deer, not Helson from Boulder's Gate. Oh no! Oh boy, that'd be terrible! Let's see, you're here. Let me make sure continuous is filled in, and Eris has pulled 3 different axes to perfection. I had a lot of practice in Undertale, y'all. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and add the legs in here, just adding these guys, and what we're just trying to do is keep in mind with the lines and the feelings. The sky seems to be, it goes in out a bit, so it kind of goes across. And what does continuous do? continuous, I can't live without continuous now. It's a really neat feature. If I just drag this guy over for a quick second just to show you, we have this blob here, right? And then we have some circles here. Let's see. White dots. We have a white dot there, white dot there, white dot there. If you were, for example, make a new layer here. Say you wanted to change the white dots into really white dots, and I click on this guy here. Okay, well, and actually let me make these guys a little bit darker. There you go. If you wanted to change that dot to white, what if you wanted to change all the white to deer cookie? And how to show more fur? I want more furry. Don't worry, Crystal. We will surely get to that, right? And I'm just saying the deer seems to be really complicated. I was hoping to get through 3, but the deer seems to have so many intricate details. But yeah, we will definitely figure out to see if we can add fur. Certainly. I know next night to do that. Good. And looking at this, right? If you were trying to add color here, it's gonna be a hard feature, maybe not hard, but tedious. So for example, go here, 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 and here. To what continuous does is if I click it, so make sure it's not continuous, and then I click G, or G not, well the G is the bucket tool, but I'm in bucket tool. So I fill this guy in, continuous colors all of that area. So it makes it really easy to select that one color. So for example here, if I wanted to go for, let's see, our deer, we can grab this guy, deer reference. I grab this color, say I want to make him brighter. You can see how there's different areas of this color here. If I do G here, now all the color has changed. Every single color gets changed. Now time for jaguar. We are gonna have to do a savannah animal study. And it's harder than I thought, but at least it's not deer disaster. Terrible. And, oh, so it changes all matching of colors. Yep. Thank you for explaining it in words, Frost. That was very concise. Yep. That's just about what it does. Let me go ahead and move this guy down here and save. From there, let me go ahead and make sure you're here. Layer, we don't need you. You are deer ref, you're our lines here. Okay, and then you're here, and then you're here. Okay, so now let's go in. Let's modify these legs a little bit more. So I'll go ahead and grab that black, move you back here. Erase ya, so we're adding in more legs. So this kind of goes out a little bit, and then these guys kind of go a little bit more out, and then part way through, they get a little less out. So something like that there. Oh, hold on. You might need to go inward, like that. There you go. And now we can kind of go out and then in. And hi, Benson Bears. Is that how you say it? You can try again. Well, I can try again, not you. I'm not very good at names, so I can certainly try again. And this looks great. I've been watching a bunch of videos, and I have one question. How many layers are too many layers? There's never enough layers. You use as many layers as you think is acceptable. For me, it never ends. Look at this, for example. I have these layers. And for me, it depends on organization. When you run, or when there's too many layers going on, then you start adding folders for your layers. But for me, at least, I try my best to keep to as minimal as possible. So I continue to compile and sort and compile and sort. And no. And I like your puns. These puns are terrible, I tell you. They're a disaster. And aren't simplifying better than realistic in Pixelart? It depends on what you're going for. And Dinger Grandpa mentioned yippee. Hold on, I just wanna very quickly. Bears. All right, back to deer. Where were we? Let's see. Fill this guy in. Make sure you are this guy here, and then fill you in for our back leg here, and we're just cleaning up the legs. Okay, and then from here, you puns are amazing, not a disaster. Terrible, I say. Horrible. Let's add it in here, and I also want to add the hoofs. I feel like the hoofs could be fun, but for right now, let's keep it simple. Let's keep our legs to one shape, and we're just going around and we're going to clean the edges a bit. So something like this, and you want to make sure. What I'm trying to keep in mind are the numbers. So for example, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and you also can't see it. Let me zoom out a little bit. There we are. And I think she might be deer supported in me. Deer desirability, I say. Oh. Oh boy, you're all creative, but I also questioned how I got here. We're looking at this back leg. This leg goes back in space, and I don't think that's something I noticed before. So we'll grab this guy. Make it maybe try to go back in space. Maybe we can take the idea of that shading. And hi Lusk, welcome to stream. How I got deer sub, and I don't deal with your elk. And remember, you can flatten at the end. Yep, very true too. That's the nice thing about layers is that depending on how many you use, it can be a lot. And also, that back leg has, if I can find my highlight color, it is round. If we go new layer here, grab that yellow very quickly, and then hide you here. That is muscle. Where is my muscle? This deer does not have muscle. So let's see if we can also add a little bit more muscle, a little bit more of that round circle. So if I go ahead and add, let's see, about there, a little bit more muscle on that area there, and then have you come around, something like that. Actually, that doesn't feel right. My deer feels a little bit too boxy. We need more. Got me fawning. Not you too, Ame. And what an endearing stream. Not you too, Lusk.
Benzene Bear 86 just
Oh
followed.
boy, and thank you for the follow, Benzie Bear. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, lighting. Let's add a little bit underneath here, like that there to show off the bottom. But we definitely need to slide this guy over a little bit. And I love horrible puns. Oh boy, I should always expect them, but I never do. Let me go ahead and paste this guy here. Let's slide it over, and I think some of us might be a smidge deranged. Oh boy, let's see. The top guy seems very thick, but not the bottom guy. So let's see. Okay. Maybe what we can do is first off, move this guy up about here, and then let's see. You get tilted out a little bit more backwards, so maybe something like that instead. Trying to keep in mind the shape of the deer. That's what we're going for here. And the other deer is an athlete? Or is it an antleaf? Like antlers? If so, not you too, Rodrigo! Oh boy, he does do a little bit of gains. And don't break a brocket. I feel like that was a pun, but I don't know. PD approves of these deer puns. You shouldn't, PD. You can't encourage this behavior. Let's see. Go back here, go back there. You there? And I want to see about maybe curving this guy out just a smidge. Maybe we can go in a little bit like that, so it's curvier in the back. Yeah, actually, let's curve you back there. I think that's fine for a curve. And I think the spine of our deer is a tad too straight. Maybe. I'm seeing it's a straight line from what I'm seeing. If I right-click this guy and I click on draw here, we have straight line down. That's what I'm seeing. This guy here is different because it's different because we go down, slope. And you might be destroying her 100%. And maybe I should change the name to P Deer. It's only one letter off. PD, don't do it. And look up Rocket. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Copy that. I can save it for the ad break, Zero, since we're about to go on it. I will save that for that there. Okay. Saying that, maybe we can lower the body up a little bit. Something like that, or do we raise it? Raising could work. Possibly a raise, like that. And we can fill this in, like that there. Maybe. Raising could work in our favor. And let's see. I think the spine, I did read that, and dear. And I think it's giving a curved look because of the curve. So the shadow needs to indicate the curve, not the shape. What do you mean exactly, Frost? Could you elaborate a little bit? Let me move this guy up a little bit here, about there. And I like it raised. Yeah, I think raised works out well. I think raised is what we're looking for here. Let's see, add this guy here, move this guy here. Also adds that muscle. A little bit of muscle in the back, indeedy. Hashtag stream discussion during the break. Sure, Frost. Let's see, grab you here, move you here. Now this guy can go back a little bit. We can angle it backwards now, just a smidge. Like that there, and then we're grabbing it here. So it's a bit thicker on this top area. And that's what I'm trying to pay attention to. We have also a bit of a point, so maybe we can show off that point by doing something like this. And then we have that back angle, and now the stomach. Deer truly has been eating good. And you mean stream deer discussion? What a deer's aster. I'm thinking we can also make this a bit smaller to show off the hoofs. Let me move you here. And I was hoping to get to 3 animals, but again, for me at least, it's a thing of, is it worth going into this deep dive discussion? And I think it is. I think we'll only be able to get to 2, but I think it is a worthy investment. I think going into deer tail on all of these things is very helpful. At least it's very handy for me. Let's see, we have this guy going back, but then that back leg, this guy either needs to be thinner or something needs to go on us. There's a lot of space here. Here, yeah. Let's see if I go ahead and, well, the stomach's going to go down there, right? So let's see. We have our body, and this actually has a bit of a muscle coming out. So it might do like that there. And then we have the body coming out. So something like that. And then body comes down. And then the deer puns is killing me. She has fallen. One of us. deer, maybe, yeah, about down there. And then from there, let's see. Maybe there for there. And well, this art is adorable. How sweet. Thank you. Let's see. Maybe about there. And then that can maybe be the knee that goes out. That kind of looks like a deer knee. You know what? I'll give it to it. It looks like a deer knee. And don't forget to also look up Baby Brocket. Sure, Zero. Yep, I have it on here. Thank you for reminding me. And then we have the stomach. Alrighty, stomach. You kind of go down and then you go up. And you kind of cut up. So let's see. The stomach is a dark color. So we might even do something like that there for our stomach. And then we can also add you here, and then you there. And now, maybe this can help our deer look more like it is supposed to be. And then we also need this guy here to show off the stomach roundness. So we'll also add this here to show off the lines. So maybe possibly something like that there. And then we add this guy here and that guy there. And then maybe that there-ish to show off the round edges. And our deer's looking more accurate, but it also doesn't feel quite right. I'll be honest. It looks thick. Maybe it's the head. The head has not been accurately added. And I also think the legs are too small. I'm thinking the legs need to be longer to fit the body a bit. So something like, let's see. Move you back. Yeah, we're gonna need longer legs. This sprite is just getting bigger and bigger, isn't it? It's so fat. Let's see. Usually, you can make the body. Let's see. That's already. Hold on, Nats. I don't want you here yet. Go away. Shoo. Be gone. Be gone. Go away. Did that there. The hot. You did the hot. Like that. That looks like I broke its leg. Okay, we'll go ahead and have them run, and we'll take a look. Yeah, that. Oh boy. And let's see, that's really fat deer. Need to exercise. I am just following what we see. There is some chunk going on here. And then you just have this deer. A fit deer. So let's see, that poor deer has its legs broken. It is a flexible deer, and just thin out the torso? Do you mean make it shorter and we've lost her? Huh? What do you mean exactly, Frost? I can take a look at the brocket now, though. A brocket is a small to medium... What is this adorable little thing? This is adorable! Hold on! I must share this with the world. Paste! Look at it! It's cute! Let me see if I can find another one. It's got little horns. Oh, this is cute. Copy image and hydrate. Sure.
_14
Paste
just
you here.
hydrate.
There we are. Look at this. It's adorable. And dear chick, and especially expectations versus realities. And Esker really needs to stop drinking. Let's see. I think it's called the Japanese deer, or maybe it's called the vampire deer. But have any of you ever heard of it before? If I scroll back out here, there was one I remember. And then maybe this could be a Pokemon, like a dark Pokemon vampire deer, but vampire deer. This is a real creature. Oh, it's Korea. I see. Or maybe it's Chinese. It's saying Chinese now. Chinese water deer. And what about someone's already mentioned? Never heard. Hold on, let me copy that really quickly and see. You? Oh, that's a real thing? What is this creature? A dink, I think? Hold on. What are these new animals in BRB lunch break? Now this, I got a question. How? These look like eyes, but I'm guessing maybe they're nostrils? Huh, interesting. And baby brocket, sure, let's see. Baby brocket, baby broccoli. Oh, they just keep getting cuter. Copy image. Let's see, this guy here, and then move you up here. There we go. Little baby. It's so cute. Oh, they're so fluffy. Oh, they're adorable. And their eyes or ears coated. You know what? Yeah, I can see it. Richard deer. Never heard of that one. The Chinese water deer was the one I was thinking of. It is this. This is also a real creature. Let's see. Haste. Look at it. It's adorable. How can you say no to a face like that? Oh boy, it's just so cute. Let's see. You there? There we are. You missed a suggestion? Hold on. Oh yeah, let me also check the Discord too. And that's nothing. Have you seen a mouse deer? Mouse deer. Hold on. Copy. And welcome back from the ads. All right, I'll check them. Oh, Oh, my heart! It just keeps bleeding! Copy image. A saber-toothed deer? Yeah. Alright, this is the, let's see, mouse deer. Mouse? Oh, man. Animals are so cool, aren't they? And say deer. Let me quickly pop into Discord for the look to see about it. And let's see, copy image. Alrighty. Copy image here. That seems you pretty much nailed it. At most, I personally expand the shadow a little more to the left, or maybe not. I see. The shadow was just it was luck. And there's a bit of rise, the back goes under the shoulder. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit of a slope, but the slope is so gradual, you don't see it. My slope goes up, their slope kind of goes up then down. So we'll see, and hold on, not drawing it. And there's a bit of a raise in the back that goes to shoulder. Yep, there's a bit of a raise. That's the raise I'm seeing right there. Okay. So saying that, let us continue our pixel art, as I think our body is good, the neck, not so much. I think our deer needs more neck. So let's add a little bit more neck. I am not breaking the neck. I am simply doing surgery. So what we'll do is just there we go. There we go. Something like that. There we go. And I hope these deer puns near and dear to my heart. My life would not be the same without considering them. Will undercover chasing a ringle deer. Do not underestimate them, dear. Oh, that hurt. It needs a chiropractor. It'll be okay. It can live. It is living. It is absolutely fine. I think you're making a problem. We'll add this guy here, and then we'll add the lines that go down here. And then we'll go ahead and paste it here, and then add that there. And now, does it still? Okay, now the front legs look too short. He looks like a little T-Rex. That's the little arms. Oh no. Oh boy. Hold on. Let's just there we go. There you go. You're okay. You're all right. Let's just slide that guy up and then move you there and then okay. There we go. You saw nothing. And I love the unintended image of a deer looking at the Pokemon like, what do you want? There we go, a kangaroo. I can say kangaroo too. And where are the hooves? Well, in the image, and maybe that's why. If we look here, right? In the reference image, you can barely see the hooves, but I want to add hooves. I think hooves would be great. And all right, through it, feel like the spine connects further up. Yep. We're about to add more of the spine. Make it go up and down. He got longified. From this to this. I can definitely say it looks like it definitely helped with the weight. The weight, I've made it more slender, hopefully. Let me grab this guy. Where are we at, dear? I'm lost. Here we are. Okay, good. I found it. He got, I did read that. And so much better. Thank you. And let's see. I did read that. And went from baby, fat baby to fat adult. Beautiful. And cuts his head off here. It's fine. The head's back on. It's good. It's fine. Slender deer, 8 pages. I rest my case. Okay. A giraffe. We'll move the body up and then move this guy down. Who's making the deer horror game now? There we are. We're all good. Oh boy. Okay, and what kind of Pokemon mixture is this? I don't know anymore. And do not look at stream discussions now. Sure, Frost. No chaos, truly. Please remember to breathe. Okay, yeah, we're good. Let's see. We have the slope kind of coming down. So maybe more along the lines of something like this, where we have more of a slope. So something like that there. And then we can fill this in. So more of a slope. Hopefully, this now feels more slope-ish. Though I feel like the bodies, maybe it feels too big. Like if I just did that, Doesn't it feel better? Which one do you think? I'll copy it and paste it. Let's compare them. Copy, slide you over. We have, and there's proving to be a serious undertaking. Hi, Pala. Welcome to stream. And we need a breather redeem. You know what? That's a good idea. We already do stretch exercises. Breathing exercises would be a great idea. And yeah, I think it's too chunky. Maybe. What if I just do that? I think this feels better. Though this leg, let's see. We're back to not having a lot of chest though. However, I think the one on the right feels better. Don't you think? It feels a little, oh, hold on. I cropped a little bit too much. There we go. Yeah, the torso. We gave the deer a diet. And just a little, I mean, it still has the stomach. It's just not thick. And I like the right one. Good. And we need a tail. It's down the pick. Oh yeah, we can add a tail. Sure. I don't mind adding a tail. So from here, we can now add a bit more flavor. So let's see. We have this guy going up, these lines here. We can have that guy going up there for the vertical lines. I think that's vertical straight, right? And then we have these guys going out, and then maybe this guy going down, and then we have the leg. Now this leg looks like a triangle, and if we look here, oh, here, this leg has a backwards triangle. So let's see if we can add a little bit more triangling. And hi, memorable man. Welcome back to stream. Welcome back to controlled order. And let's see. Yo, Eris, or yo, Ezra. Hope the stream's going well. It's going great. I'm having a fun time. We may not be able to get through all 3 animals, but that's okay. And hold on, I gotta blow my nose. Let's see.
Weebasaurus Rex became a YouTube member.
Thank you, memorable man, once again for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, as I'm blowing my nose.
Felipe
Oh my!
Ferreira became a YouTube member. Izzyar became a YouTube member.
We're good. Thank you again. And bless you, thank you. And for the right one, it has more meat. Hi, Pino. Welcome to stream. And left one looks like Dodrita. Left one looks like it'd give better hugs. And prefer the right one overall. More hugs. I can't believe she needs the noise blank. It is improper. It's like how you don't chew with your mouth open. I wouldn't want to be rude.
Became a YouTube member.
Oh my, thank you again, memorable man. Truly. Things like this mean I can keep my website up and running. So let's see here. The leg. We're gonna go for that guy there. So what I'll do is I will select this guy, delete him, and how about making the top part of the legs a bit thicker? Yep, that is what I'm about to do. Because I see a triangle here. Mine is not triangle. And hold on, Zero, let me check to see. Up here. Take everything after the front legs and raise it 2 pixels. Let me give that a try. Let me slide that over. PD.
PD999 gifted Alt Mario as YouTube. PD999 gifted a tier 1 sub to Alt Mario.
Thank you, PD.
PD999
hold on, let me make sure I get the number correctly. Where is it at? It doesn't let me know. Why wouldn't it let me know? Oh, 20. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, PD. And thank you again for the 10 memorable man. It does truly mean a lot. Let's see. Slide this guy over. This voice and hi Con, welcome to stream.
PD999 gifted Rugyev 3 a sub. PD999 gifted a tier 1
let me
sub
make
to
sure
Rugyev 3.
I get the name correctly. Take everything. And let me also make sure the voices don't go overlapping. Okay, let's see. Going back to here. Take everything, the front legs, and raise it 2 pixels. Okay. You're here. Front legs. Everything after the front legs and raise by 2 pixels. Front legs, raise 2 pixels. 1, 2. Like that? Do you mean? That doesn't quite feel right, Zero. And I didn't know what to keep repeating. I don't mind it at all. The voices. Again, thank you. I only wish it would show up there, but sometimes the notifications are a little funny. Saying that though, I tried the suggestion Zero, but I think I don't quite like it. And there's no chaos in the stream because she's beyond chaos. No chaos! Torso 2. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. Everything after the front 2 legs. 1, 2.
Gifted a tier 1
Oh, there we are.
Rodrigo TPHX.
I don't quite like it. I think, if anything, maybe these guys go up, these guys go down. But then, yeah. Not for me. I do appreciate it, though. The chaos. Let's see. I did read that. Good. Okay. So what I wanted to do was something like this for the legs. And I kind of like how the shading's here. And I see a bit of myself in your enthusiasm for getting better at Pixelart. So I look forward to watching you, girl. Thank you again, memorable man.
999 gifted and Dream Studios.
The boomerang leg will get fixed.
Tier 1 sub to Mr. Dream
Oh boy, but
Studio.
thank you. Let's see. So, right, gonna blot it in. We'll take this leg, gonna do this instead. We're gonna remove the leg entirely. In fact, we're going back to the dark age. Oh, okay, that's too dark. Too dark. Dark ages! Okay, the shapes go like this here, and then we kind of have, let's see, you about here, right? And imagine if gifted so many did the same. Oh boy! And humanity is so confusing. Thankfully, it's not human. Pirate deer. Arg! Let's see, that leg goes out and then it kind of pops back in about here, so we'll make it pop in about there, possibly like that, can make it a little bit better. And wait, if we turn the boomerang leg orange, we can turn it into a boomerang head. Let's see, let me drag you orange, there you go. Argy, matey. Let me go ahead and go here, move you there, and move you there. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is instead, we're going back to the shape idea. So let me move you down here, go back here, and we're looking for that knee. So maybe move you back down there, slide you over there. Like that, I think might work out a little bit better. Now I'm not, the legs are getting added back, alright? They are. Let's see. Go ahead and remove this guy here. What we can see here, again with that muscle in the triangle. So I'll add the triangle muscle here, and let me grab that name. We have Mikath. Is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow. Welcome into stream. And again, thank you to PD, and thank you to Memorable Man. It means quite a lot. That means I get to keep doing what I'm doing. And Snake. There's no snake here, I assure you. It has all of its limbs intact. Let's see, we have that guy, and then that's a wobbly knee. So it kind of has the knee coming inward-ish, about there. Kind of has it maybe around downtown there, like that there. And then we have the leg kind of coming back. So maybe we have it coming there. And then we have 3x3 a little bit. So maybe we can do, let's see. Not too much. We want to keep it feeling proper. The legs coming outwards, that's not coming outwards, and it's a bucket deer. Well, that's good. That was terrible, but I've got to admit that was a good one. That was a pretty good one. Let's see. We'll have this guy kind of coming in. Let's see. And the wand tool is really cool. The wand tool, I guess that's what you're saying. And oh, a little chest. What's on the chest? There's a little, oh, I can't even see what it's saying. And wand, yep. The wand's one of my favorites. It definitely makes things easy. So we'll make this guy come outwards, like that. We want it to come outwards. There you go. Move it inwards like that, so it comes outwards. And maybe we can get more of this guy coming outwards, like that there. And then we can get it coming down. And for this guy, I'll copy it, paste it, flip it, or copy it, paste it. And maybe we can just slide it over, like that. That can work, I think. Maybe. That's a knee. And then you can come out diagonally. Okay, maybe like that. And then like that. Yeah. Okay, I think that'll work. And it's the deer's treasure surely. I think our deer's working. I'm just surprised the deer took so long. But I mean, it's working, isn't it? Let's recap just to point things out. This is the starting point. And now we're here. It feels certainly like, we've made it lose some weight. And hi, TB. Welcome to stream. Hi, chat. Hi. Welcome in. I also think maybe the legs could be a little bit longer, but we're going. What I'll also do again is we're gonna try continuing with that idea of the blob method here with shadowing. So we can get a little bit more freedom. For example, maybe this front leg can now slide over a little bit now that it has more space to work with. And actually, you know what? Never mind. You do not slide back over. I don't like that. You go back where you were. And now we can fix the back leg here. Again with the triangle. We're looking at that guy there. So we have more of a triangle-ish guy. Maybe that guy there for that. And whoa, I'm a membership. Thanks, Marble Man. And hi, Orc. Welcome to stream. And the first silhouette is so silly and cute. I can't tell if I like either this or if I like, let's see. You'll hide that for a second. Hide it. Show it. Is this it? No. Where is that? Oh, that. This is also deer. It says, I'd say it looks like a gingerbread cookie. I could say cookie. I could see cookie. Let me hide that guy. You're not a layer we need. Hide you here, and then zoom out a little bit. There we are. Okay. So then we have our leg kind of coming and rounding around, right? So let's go back to here. Like that. So it's kind of a curve. It starts going back, and then it curves downwards like that. And if we're looking at that guy, seems to be the case. We keep these two legs long. Keep it also about maybe here to show off that back leg coming back in space. So maybe something like that's okay. And it's Kiwi? Oh, I see. Well, welcome in, Kiwi. Welcome back. Or a ginger deer bread cookie, if you will. I just imagine eyebrows raising. Or a gingerbread cookie, if you will. Let's see. We now have that stomach that comes out. So we have it coming out and down. So we'll add a little bit more of the carved area here. Maybe something like that. And then we have that back leg. So that back leg comes back here. And did YouTube chat always have XP? What a neat feature. It's new. Hi, PD from the YouTube chat side of things. Welcome to the other side. Let's see. We'll grab this guy here. I want to level up. I don't know how you do it, but I know it is a new feature. I say new, but it's a quote-unquote new feature. It's been here for a little bit by now. Let's maybe add that there. And I'm just trying to get the shaping down, like that there. And oh wow, it has leggings now. It's gone goth. It's not a face or anything. Let's move you back here. So that leg kind of comes back down. So I'm following this guy now a little bit. Kind of have that guy. It's kind of a little bit round, so maybe something like that there. But it comes slanted in. So we slant it in a little bit. And then we have you slanted in, like that there. And then from there, well, you only have to chat, that's all, and you get XP just like Discord. Ooh, interesting. We'll copy this guy, and yeah, YouTube chat has a Streamwise leaderboard. Chat has a stream. Oh, progression doesn't carry over, unfortunately. Oh, that's a shame. Let's see. Move you back here. Flip you over. What if we do this? Ooh, okay. All right, dear, you got a little bit of a glow up. And so text and super chat, I suppose, I don't know. Interesting. And we'll make sure, let's see. You two should be about there, and then you can be moved a little bit up, about back here, to show off the sizing difference. Anything, I think maybe you can be moved down a little bit to show off your in front, and then maybe you can be moved back a little bit to show off your in back. Actually, we'll move you up, back. There you go. Maybe even up one here. Nah, I like your leggings the way they were. And I did read that. Good. And yep, good. And hi, Frostern. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Okay, there we are. And like what we did before, we'll go ahead and add the shading for the back leg. And for me, at least, what I've been enjoying, is that even a thing? What I've enjoyed doing is if it is in complete shading, I don't even usually add the outline. However, if we were to add that outline in, we can try again with that idea of selecting first our guy with the wand tool. And then if I click on our black, Shift O, make sure it is inside, we then have our inside outlining. And that's the way to do it automatically. And now that we've added that outline, again, it feels a little wonky. So that's why usually for me at least, I either add an outline from here. So I would do Shift O and then, grab that color. So here, and to be honest, I came into the stream and was lurking till now. I see. Well, I appreciate lurker not lurking. For me at least, I certainly am a lurker. Let's see, new layer, paste that in there. And oh yes, PD! There's a lot of new, a new emote since the last time you've been here. I put the leg on another layer, so then I can do Shift O. And now if we do outside, it should add the outline to our deer leg. But I like how slim it is, so we won't add it. I think that's fine for there, and I love this emote. I believe it should tell you who made it. The last community stream anniversary we did, yeah, Oki made it. We had everyone got to draw some emotes, and then they got put on depending on the votes. And left back leg seems a little bit strange compared to the image, or do I have broken eyes? Left back. That one? left, right? I have a headache too, so I figured I'm lurking, don't have to hear anything. Oh, I hope you feel better soon, Froster. Headaches are never any fun. This guy goes back to here. Maybe that guy comes out a little bit. We can also make this guy, let's see, merge you down. Break its legs again? I didn't break its legs in the first place. That was the natural cause. You can't point to me. And nay, that's right. Let's see. Back leg, I think, needs a little bit more extra work. And this music sounds very familiar. It probably is, PD. I've got some game songs. This one here is from Sonic. Let's see. Yeah, Sonic Boom. Right on the nail. Let's see. This guy here, that guy there, and after breaking the legs, she's carving the legs. You make it sound so murderous when I have no ill intent. Grab that leg and then move that leg down like that. Better? This feels like it's going up a little bit too much. So maybe that. And I'm blaming it on the heat, but someone who lives here is sick. So I've been doing a lot of cleaning and stuff, so hopefully not actually sick. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Being sick too is also not very enjoyable. Don't like it one bit. But I hope the person you're taking care of gets also well soon. Yeah, I did read that. And surely no other streamer would be doing anything evil, would she? No, nada. Evil to be found here. I'm gonna make this guy darker for our hoofs. Maybe even more on the black side, really black side for the hoof feel. Like that there. There we go. And that's a hoof. And that's not right. Oh, hold on. Left, right. Did I get it wrong again? Oh no! Let's see. Let's make this guy a little bit darker. Let's see. There. And now let's add our leg. So again, we'll try for those ideas here. Evil! We'll go back here, make sure we add the color. So I'm thinking maybe we can do like what's here, where the front leg kind of comes out a little bit. That might help in our shadowing a smidge. So maybe we can go here and then move you here. And then that guy can kind of come in then like that. And now we can kind of fill this in a smidge like that and fill these guys inwards. And these guys are going to be the ones we want to have an outline of since they are in the front. So actually that doesn't feel right. It feels alien now. Alien! Let's see. Okay, in that case, we're gonna have to do you here, fill you in, and then do the outline. That might work a bit in our favor better. Yeah, okay. So we'll go ahead and add the outline on the outside. I do like drawing out the outline. I feel like it can help me a smidge because that guy's going out. So it's kind of going down and then out. This guy's going out and down. So how can we do that? Let's see. Remove you. You're supposed to be going out. So maybe what we can do is something like this. And I'm just trying to get a feel. But that's always the thing of the feels. We haven't even moved on to texturing. It's a lot to do with just the shapes to start off. And the only thing that really differentiates between the two is intention. Oh boy. Let's move this guy here and then move it down. And then we'll add in the bottom part here. Like that, I think, can help. And perspective is a strange thing. Oh, certainly. Perspective is painful. And the Pokemon version legs. Cool, let's see. Ball, stick, hoof. Let's see. Ball, stick, hoof. Yeah. Mine's is ball, stick, hoof. We have, let's see, your hoof. Yes. And then we have stick. So maybe stick. I like that you point that as well, Frost. Thank you. And are we doing frogs or bears next? I'm hoping we can at least do bears, since bears was the other suggestion. I don't know if we'll be able to do frogs, though. Whenever I look at the deer you drew, I see the green mustache and start... It's not even a green mustache! It's leafy greens! Let's see. That there, it's just the deer's taking a lot longer than I first thought, which is fine. It's just I didn't expect it. Usually I can push in about 3 animals, but this guy here has had a lot of challenges that I'm happy we were able to look at. So let's see. Move you up maybe, and then you get moved out. And Froggy, no Froggy? Maybe not. We have about an hour and a half left. I don't know if we can fit Bear and Froggy into it. Yeah, well, the good news is we will always do another one of these streams. So if we don't get to Frog this time, there's always going to be a next time. Let's see. So we'll move you here and here. Because the thing is, I don't want to rush this. I want to give each animal the love it deserves. Because we might not do another deer again. But we will certainly try to get through as many animals as we can. And let's see. I can't unsee the mustache. And I say frogs also fit other topics, but bears can only fit in forest study. I mean, maybe you could do mountain rage. Does that count? And then we add goats for mountain goats, right? Could that be a thing? We have leg here. And then that kind of leg go down. And hi, oh, I did read that name. And whoa, I've been lurking for a bit. I gotta give subs. Thank you, PD. Yep, it was indeed PD. And hello, gorgeous. Hi, Toak. Welcome into stream. Welcome into deer. Let's see. For this guy here, it's gonna be a little bit of dark backline area as it's coming in the backlines. It's about probably here, and these guys here. And I love the way you make its ear. I tried as much as I could to go for fluff. And thank you for the follow, Toak. Oh, I need to follow this channel ASAP. It never amazes me how it still counts it. I don't know if it's gonna show up, but I did see the name at least. Let's see, we have a hoof here, and it's interesting as well. The hoofs are pointy, and this looks so good. Thank you. I'm glad you think so, us. This was the initial one, and now we're looking at actual Pixelart references, and I feel like it certainly feels more deer. I like how they have that point there. It makes it feel like there is a deer hoof, and better than the Pikeman reference? What's Pikeman? Can you elaborate a little bit? Let's see, that's the pointy deer bit there. Then we have hoof. So this is hoof. Hoof go here, and then stick go here. Yes? Stick here. Stick, yes. Stick there. Stick everywhere. Yes. Like that. And then you there, and then maybe we can have you there. Okay, something doesn't feel right about that leg. Something feels off. And this looks fantastic and delicious, a wolf would say. I hope you're no wolf, Toak. And let's see, the old one looks like a child of the new one. I can see it, yeah, a little fawn, must be cute. And is how I say, what do you mean exactly, catatonic? And I like how they're looking directly into the other's eyes. You got a problem, bub? We can take this outside. Let's see. Move you back down there. So I'm thinking this guy for our dark back area. We're also going to need the highlights for, not the highlights, but the white fluff. But something about this leg doesn't feel right. What if we just... Flipped ya. That feels better, doesn't it? Interesting. Hold on. Copy. Undo. And then if we do, let's see, paste, move you here. Just do a test. Pikmin? Is it from the game, I think, the Pikmin game? Move you about, let's see, over here. Let's go ahead and copy this guy here. Copy, paste, and grab these guys here. And what if we just snaps his leg? I put it back! What do you think? And I'm a werewolf. Oh, that's terrible. I'm not a wolf anymore. I got consciousness. Oh boy. I'm thinking this looks better than the other one. Maybe even something like that there could work out in our favor, and would like to know your location, Game Freak. Let's see in Pokemon. Hold on, did I miss a thing? Let's see. Oh, I see. And it's a whole herd of green mustache deer. So beautiful. So elegant. So graceful. Let's see. If I move this guy down, I want to round out the edge. If we go back down here, are we snapping body parts again? No. I am simply adding to the body parts. That's all I'm doing. There's no harm, no foul. You can't find a harm, so there's no foul. If you were to ask this deer would tell you that it's okay and it's being well taken care of. I would at least believe so. And you know what? Since it's being well taken care of, no more questions. Let's see. Do you think this could work out a little bit better? I don't think the medical covers it. The medical's fine. Also, it looks like it has a muscle arm now. This is really hard. It looks a bit strange. Maybe shorten it, because it's pressed upward. Something definitely does feel off about it. Don't you think? And I don't know, something isn't right. Yeah, something isn't right here. Okay, let's go back to the reference. If we can't figure it out, what we can always do is just use the reference as the reference legs. So what we'll do is, something still feels off. And I don't think I did read that. And I have to say, this green mustache deer is the beast you had. Oh, it's terrible. Since it means snow and snapping body parts. Yeah, it's Friday. Oh boy, let me get some coffee. Coffee's too hot. Too hot coffee. I'll lower down the heat. It feels like the deer tail is in the same shading. Detail! Oh, that's terrible! Shading! Oh boy. Okay, let's see. That, oh, bad, very bad. Go away with that. I've never had coffee. Oh, I mean, for me at least, I drink it for the taste. Caffeine does not affect me, unfortunately. It makes me sleepy, if anything. So I drink coffee to feel productive. Let's see. Round out. Body comes out. Body is round. You come out. Oh, why can't I edit it? I'm guessing because I had a selection. Yep. Okay. Round out the body a bit more. Round you out. You come rounded out. Let me go back up to here. You are rounded out. And then as you're rounded out, so after you're rounded out, then we come with these guys here, which are 2 down. And I always think it's interesting how much people love hot bean water. I think it's interesting how you can flavor it. Salad water. Check. Salad water. Okay. You know what? I'm not surprised. You and your banana loving self. Let me add, let's see, the cream would go up here. So if we maybe do this here and that there, fill that in. How does that feel, do you think? Tea leaves, tea's not so nice. And why isn't light from the back, right? What do you mean exactly? Could you elaborate a little bit? Let's see. You come up here, you're going up here, like that maybe, possibly. So we have that guy there, and then this guy here for our shading. Okay, that's the colors. And then I'm looking at it, you can see something certainly isn't right. There's a bunch of chunks that we aren't seeing here. Tomato water. Ugh. Ugh! You might as well call it soup. And definitely visually breaks up the brain. That's good, that's good. Maybe we can add, let's see, less of these guys, right? Less of these. And no, accuse me of eating bananas, you know. Oh, yes, my mistake. You were one of the good ones. Were you an ice chewer then? Was that the name of your game? Was that it? And let's see, the other leg from the perspective would be under the deer, so that one would be darker. Yeah, we'll get to that, let's see. So you're saying it would be that there, like that. That does feel better. This guy here would be you in here. Like that ice chewer. And then for here, we have that guy kind of coming down. So maybe an interesting that you find it interesting is interesting and uninterested things. I just find many things interesting. I'm having this guy come out for more of a rounding. And if anything, maybe the neck should be thicker. Do you think? I hear you an ice chewer or an ice liquor. I think our issue is wide. I think it needs to be wider. Like that. Oh, that made it strong. It gained some muscle. Oh my. He's been going to the gym now. Like that. Right? Doesn't that feel a little bit better? And maybe add the brownish coat to the side of the leg as on the reference. Yep, we can certainly try. And I'm an ice chewer, but I also heard that if you have a habit of chewing ice, it might actually be an iron deficiency. And 1 pixel is all it takes to make a deer's gender. I mean, it's got the antlers, and a deer's gotta do what a deer's gotta do. Pulls out broadsword. Let's see. So now, hopefully, I can add more area here to make it not look so funny as it's coming in there. And then we have the knee coming, it seems, downwards. So maybe we slide this guy back here. Then we can add maybe that guy there and there for the leg. Maybe then we can also add these guys here for the show off around the edge. And he's been going to the gym. This is before gym era, after gym era. Let's see, and I did read that. And you've made a dear mistake. Say goodbye to everything you hold dear. But leg was broken. Leg did seem broken. I think we fixed it. And then this leg, it seems like it's coming out because of the knee. Or it's going inwards in level 1 Crook versus level 99 Mafia Boss. Let's see, add that there. And then this guy would come from here, like that there. So I think now we should be in the clear. We have our little knee here. We probably need to move it. Need to move it up there. Maybe we can add that there. And that neck ain't right. Yeah, it's a little neck. You know what? That's how you usually would do it for muscle guys. At least when it comes to character design. For example, with like the Hulk, you would have big body, small head, makes him look like big muscle man. I think that's why our deer looks very muscular. Because it has a small head. And I want a small deer. How could you do this, Need? Oh boy. Let's go ahead and now add that shading or that texturing for the deer here, about there for our you there. And then you have about you there. And on top of the muscular deer. And let's see, widen the chest a little on the right side. Do you mean this here? Widen that area here? So like, let's see, chest widening here? Is that what you mean, Zero? And still the same mustache. Some things never change. Let's go ahead and move you here. Move you about here and here. Oh, hold on. Let's see. And gotta go. No worries. Thank you for coming, Pinocchio. It's not how you say it. And came to learn some Pixelart. Got the same laughs. Got that and some laughs. Lovely. And thanks there. See ya. Well, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for joining. I hope you have a lovely one. Let's see. Move you up here. Move you here. And then move you down here. There you go. Okay. How about that? And Zero always cooks slow. Love his input on these things. I do think that helps. So the leg feels too thick now. Leg needs to be small. So we'll move in the leg a little bit. Like that. There we go. And no one leaves them. None leave the stream. Cute evil laughter. Let's see. And came from my grandma becoming more chunky and chunky all the way. And thank you for pointing that out, Zero. I definitely think that helps. It adds that little heart shape that I was looking for. So let's see. About here, move you up here. Okay. And then we have you up here. Something like that there. Yeah. Are ya some sort of deer tater? Let's see. Okay, so from there, we have that. We'll touch on the leg in a bit, and you absolutely slayed the evil laugh. Are you sure you're not evil? That was a silly evil laugh. I can go evil laugh. Let's see, I'm not gonna do it because I'm not evil. And that way, you know, I can't even do an evil laugh, even if I wanted to, because I'm not evil. I don't make the rules. Alrighty, so for this back guy here, I definitely think the front guy's fine. Maybe we can slide this guy up, maybe even move it back here. Nah, I think, oh, nope, don't break it like that. Now add painted flames, it'll make them faster. Reminds me of Rapidash. Let me make sure your long leg there, like that. There we go. Like that, I think can help our deer. And did something happen? I went to grab a soda. Oh boy, these legs are so thick, so many C's. And let's see, I did read that, good. And deer divinity. Oh man, let's see. Okay, and now let's add it here, and Hi, Dodo. Welcome to stream. And I could do an evil laugh, but I'm not evil. I'm not that crazy. I can prove it logic. Let's see. Let's add this here. Round this guy out. And let's see. You go there and then fill these guys with. And a deer graceful one, I tell ya. Let's move this guy down here. Add it for there. These two guys here. And then you down there. And actually, you know what? Well, actually, many actuallys. We'll be back there, and then we'll do the lines there, or something like that. Iris did a perfect evil laugh, only to claim that it would be impossible to do. She wasn't evil, but as she refuses to do an evil laugh, not that she knows how to, because of course she's not evil. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Of course. Let's see. Move you about there. Make sure you're sliding down. It's 1, 2, 3. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. So it looks like it's sliding down better. And King of the Forest. He's got some years in him. And then we'll do 4, and then we'll do that leg there. And then we'll do the back leg like that. And then we can maybe curve that in. Or possibly make sure it comes in like that there. Hold on. Back in like that there. And then you come out and in. More so there is your motif. It seems like you need more back. And we'll add that there. There we go. And here's a perfect... Done that, light the world with it. I don't think I've ever done it before. And unless it's like Temmie. And gotta love how 3 hours of a deer gets progressively chunkier. I feel like I might be adding too much. I feel like there was a time when we could have gone back. But we didn't. And now we're here. And I heard her dodge the word. I have clips. Huh? Let's see. Move you to be lower because you're that there, which means you get moved in here. And bye, Les. Thanks for coming. I'll be heading out. I wish you all have a nice study, and it's always going great as always. Thank you for coming, Les. I'm glad you were here. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you have a lovely one. Let's see. About there, which means you get moved here, like that, for our hoofs. And then for this hoof here, kind of move it here, and it needs to be going in about there. Actually, no, I'm just gonna copy you, paste you here, and then we're going to make sure you're filled in like that. There you go. Oof, 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 like that. And let's see, keep up your beautiful work. I love your art ears. Thank you, thank you. Is it Strawbella? I don't think I've read that name before. Thank you, and welcome into stream and getting all the fun. And Lusk Lap, finally some good free time, or free for all. PvP enabled. Let me add in this guy here, and then we'll add that neck again. I'm telling you, I did not think the deer was gonna take this long. That is quite the surprise. I'm not too bothered, but man, actually, that's too much back leg. That's too thick. You have too many thickness. Move it in, I say move it in. Too much. That works out a little bit better, I think. Possibly. Maybe move you back here, and I can't win for losing, can I? Move that about there, and then move you back there. Okay, let's take care of that neck. Let's see. Move you. The deer's too thin. The deer's too thick. And let's see. Move you about here, and then, okay. Neck, we're increasing your length. About there. There you go. And now move you about there. Move some of these guys here, and Truck Crasher 9000 or 3000. Interesting you didn't use the 9000. Usually that is the go-to. Let me go ahead and move you up here, move you up here, move you here. And now we can add more in that neck there. So possibly it would look a little something like that. And then we can go ahead and add that back here. That goes there, that goes there. Fill you in. Oh, it turned into a giraffe. What have I done? It's now a giraffe. That neck is too long, it feels like. But at least we have more brown space in the center, right? And it's a 2000 the go-to. I thought it was a 3000 or 9000. 3000 for the 3 deer. Bigger again, refer to the image. It feels like it's a little bit more accurate. The head feels like it's too small now, though. I feel like our head needs a bit more length. So, I wonder if I can just do... What abomination have I created? The head needs to be bigger. So let's go up a little bit, and then I'm gonna split the head about here. Let's see. Do about there. Okay. Let's try that. See how well it works in Eris. Don't worry, I don't chat to refer to the artwork rather than anything intelligent. What do you mean? Let's see. Go into here, fill that in. Add this as the sideline for the face. More face about there. And then we can add the nose, bring the nose down about there, about down there. There you go. And add more deer about down there. There you go. And maybe something like that there. There you go. Okay. It's got a forehead now. It's got a huge forehead. Oh my. What big forehead you have, Mr. Deer. Maybe we can do that there. No. 2, and then 2. Finish it off like there. And now we can add the eyelash in again. Something like you there. Like that. I think that works. And this deer looks more to real reference, pixel reference, or looks more to real reference. Pixel ref looks more like a dog. I think this one's cuter. And I like the huge forehead, actually. It takes away from the cuteness, but it makes the deer look way more graceful. Interesting. And deer generate. Oh boy. And I think deer look best at the beginning. That deer holds a special place in my heart. Okay, good. I think, and no, I have to read that. Good, okay. Let's slide this guy back over. Okay, all right. I think we are getting somewhere quite well. That ear would go out a little bit more. Okay, I think you've made it. Thank you, Check. And hold on, looks like he's about to talk about how he's disappointed how disappointed he is in his head, blah, 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 blah. Look like he's about to talk about how disappointed he is in his red-nosed son. That hurt my head, Zero. But I think I figured it out. Maybe we can add that guy there for more of the neck. Now I wonder, do we make the neck shorter? Like that? Or longer? I think shorter. Just a little bit shorter. I need a hydrate after that one for sure. Let's see, get some water. Tasty. And I like it too. I think shorter feels more in line with deer because the other one felt more like a giraffe. The more you add to it. So let's see about that there. 1, 2, 3. You're actually gonna go up like that. There you go. That's more like it for our side. And chat making ears derailed from the study as always. I feel like I'm very on board. I've been looking at the grass, but I'm really vibing with the idea of the mustache. Oh boy, and that was a normal sentence? I don't think it was 0. And with such a forehead, maybe make the nose longer? Ooh, we can certainly try. Look like he's about to talk about how disappointed he is in his red-nosed son. No, 0, that was not English. Let's see. Maybe make the snout longer, like that. And then move you down, like that. A little bit more long. Ooh. Ooh. You know what? I quite like it. I do. And I think the snout kind of protrudes out of the skull. Yeah, that's what was saying. Yeah, that's what TB was just saying, or Keely was just saying. And let's see. What if we add more snout? Like that amount of snout. What if we take it a little bit to the extreme with a snout? Extreme time. What happens? You know what? Not too bad. Okay, copy you. Undo. What do you think? Let me paste him over here and move you down. And sorry, his. Let's see. I mean, there was another one that was a little messed up, 0, but I got the idea at the very least. Copy, paste. So, what do you think? I feel like the right one's certainly more elegant. And this whole stream has been a deer aging. A deer aging. Is that deranged, baby? Oh no. What do you mean? Hold on. It looks, I did read that. Good, okay. And then I'm thinking we can grab this here and move it down just a smidge. Like there. There? Maybe? There? Yeah, that guy's gonna come down a smidge. But I quite like the longer head. And 0 again? Where is this 0? It drives me mad! 0 is not a figment of my imagination, Toak. I just want to make sure you know that. We'll move this down here. There we go. Like that. And it looks like he's about to talk about how disappointed he is in his red-nosed son. That helps a lot, thank you. I think Chick meant it's literally aging. Oh. In that case, yeah, it definitely looks like the deer is aging. I can agree to that one. Let's maybe add some shading along the top here. Yeah, there we are. And I prefer not to know that. Okay, I think this one looks better than that one there. So I'll go ahead and remove it. Remove that there. And remove that there. Copy you here. Copy. Paste. Move you guys up here. Okay, save it. And then from there, let's see. And yeah, that works out just fine. And for you, okay. Deer, looking good. I'm not that deranged to make every message a part. I could believe it. At the rate you're going, I could believe it. Let's see. And no one else can see me. 0, you're not a figment of my imagination, all right? You're real, and I believe you're real. What we'll do now is we'll try to figure out texturing. So we'll go ahead, and I think to start off, we'll just get rid of what we have currently. So I'll go ahead and mark these guys here, add that guy there, and dear Chuck, stop it, be better. Oh boy, be better. I don't think there's no getting better. Let's move you about up here, and was that down or above? I see, you were there. And are we even real? And hi, Demastrix, welcome to streamer. Was Demastrix? You can tell me how close I got. I can try again. And I pledge my undearing loyalty to your endearing qualities. I will serve and endear you for all my life. Terrible. Horrible. No good. Very bad. And who's that? What do you mean, catatonic? What 0? 0. The person they're above your message. That what 0? The username. It's a user in the YouTube chat. Their name is 0. Let's see. Go back to here, and then here. And here's Cretus, all in her image. Which is why chat is usually so... No! You are not creative in my image. If anything, you're a terrible reflection of me with all these puns. 0 means none, so how can you see none? 0 is the name. It's a name of a person. So when I say there's a 0, blah, 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 blah. Oh, when I say there's a 0 here, the person. Oh boy, my mouth did not want to cooperate in that very moment. Let's move this guy up here, and we have this guy. Move it here. There we go. And move you about down here, and move you out a little bit. That way you can see both. And there's no one with the name Zero. I'm telling you, you can't gaslight me. I know what I saw. And who does she think she is? A Zero detective. A detective? Wait, no, that's an inspector, not a detective. Let's see. So we have the belly here. We then have the leg. This guy goes up. There's a little bit of side, and there's also a little bit of brown coming from the edge. But the thing is, you might not be able to add all that edge there because of the color. So I might just keep it to that single lighting. And then from there, maybe move this guy up a little bit for our curves. And I don't know any Zero. I know a 0% though. You and your, what is it, pedantics? And then I missed something. You have an unnatural fear of green painted walls. I would know. I'm in your subconscious. No, I don't have an unnatural fear of green. No, nah. And it's actually 099. Let's see. Let's curve this guy in. So this is the stomach. It kind of comes around down here because this is the leg. So we're seeing a bit of leg coming around this bit here. Let's go ahead and move that there. And then from here, the stomach comes out. Now, I did a dark color, but I'm starting to think maybe we would do a light color possibly. And at some point we should add a monocle. You know what? Maybe. Dero. Now let's see. For the legs here, there definitely are some lines in between. So maybe what we can do instead is add, maybe a line can go about here. And furry? Well, it's a furry deer. Yeah, we'll add the fur. Certainly. Let's see. Maybe we can add that there for the leg. Show off the leg bits. Maybe we can add that there. Yeah, that can work. And tail? Yes, we'll get to that crystal. So let's see. From there, we have leg. And then we're going to need the shading on the leg. So let's see. And are we real? Hi! a double agent, I see. We have leg kind of coming down here. Down. There. And then you here. About there and there. Let's see. Curve that in so we can see the leg kind of curving down. So maybe something like that there. And tail, furry, tail. Floof will be added. Let's see, about down there. And then I'm thinking maybe we can add also a dark part there. Like that? Do you think that looks right? Possibly. We also need to add the white area here. So we can add the white highlight. And then we can add the dark area there. So about that there, I think can work to show off maybe. And shapes confusing. Oh yeah, shapes is always that thing of how can you get it right? And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, yeah, you know what? I think this is fine. And then instead what we can do is add a little bit of shading for that light cream color. So something like that there to show off the deer hoof. And this guy is also 3 tall. We're not looking for 3, we're looking for 2. So we need to lower that as well. Yeah, like that. And forest puppy. Hi, CGI guy. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Let's see. Okay, so for here, the way they do it, and this is a modified Pokemon, where there's floof at the bottom. So there's kind of a little bit of, it reminds me of a bit like a, what is it? Would you call it a yak? Yak, maybe? There's a little bit of floof coming out in these areas. So you might add a little bit of floof here. You could even add a little bit of floof here along this area. And it might look like that there. The goal is to make it look a little like a bell bottom. Oh boy, hold on. Maybe we can do that there. And you're late for your stream. Wake up. We need to wake up. Oh, let's see. A hoof hound. And next time I'll wear one of those glasses with a mustache and I'll get my hello. Chip, good fellow. Or pip, cheerio. Let's see. We'll add maybe extra bottom here, maybe an extra bottom there. And then, let's see, crashing it. And I did for that. Good. Okay. So maybe like that there and that there to show off the furry bits. And this guy's also way too long, it feels like. And snooze. I'm not asleep, I tell ya. I'm not at all. Not one bit. And let me go ahead and do you here and do you here. And we'll add in just extra details. I feel like this could be seen as that hoof extra bit for a bit of fluff is the hope I'm trying to add with this bill bottom idea. And thank you again, Eska. Let's see. So something like that there, and then we have a point there. Maybe then we also have a point of this white here for our crema, like that there. Maybe, if anything, you can come out a little bit like that there show off. What do you think? It made quite the spotless change. Terrible, I tell you. Horrible even. I don't even know who you are. And the little spots will get added right back. Let's see. Right now I'm just trying to figure out this floof for this area here. We have that guy there, kind of that guy there. So maybe that can serve as the floofy bell bottom part. And I'm back. Miss any more deer puns? Just a bit, just a few. For fluff here, right? We can maybe add a little bit of these guys. So this guy can come about out. And we're gonna need a color. So I think what we can do is, let's see. Move you here, you're about 3, so you're fine. We're gonna need a separator color. And I'd like to do floof, like what I did before with, let's see, open recent. Do I happen to have it? Animal forest, forest animals, clothing hat, animal study. No, hold on. File, open recent, don't make me go searching. Animals, forest, bugs, animal export. You. I'm gonna try to do something like this, what we did with the Highland cow, where there was layering a little bit, and tomato. And amazing, thank you, Murda. Oh, hold on, that's Monokuma. Don't need you. And, okay. And so is the leaf a mustache? It's supposed to be grass. Let's see, indeed, dream bathroom is an awful brain joke. It's terrible. And some AA? I'm not too sure about the AA check, and you need to wake up. Yes, don't use the bathroom before definitely waking up. Let me scroll down here. Let's see. I'll save you here. Ads are about to start, so let them run. We'll finish up the texturing on this guy, and then we'll go for our bear. However, I'm thinking the bear might be a little bit difficult, truth be told. I'm looking at all these guys. The frog, we might have an easier time on the frog because it's smaller. So maybe the bear would be worth saving because... Can you imagine drawing all that bear in like an hour? It took us 3, and we're not even done yet. 3 for the deer. I think the bear might need to be postponed a little bit. Bear is just a blob of fur. And hi, Kazuhara. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. I feel like the bear would also be a bit of texturing, like what we did for the Highlander cow. And I really do like that texturing idea. I like how squarey it feels. An outline is a little sharp on the chest. What do you mean exactly 0? I'm modifying this right now. And yeah, the outline's supposed to be sharp. It's not supposed to be flat. Yeah, I'm going for the sharp feel. Draw a teddy bear? You know what? I like the what? How do they say it? The pep of your hip, the jipe of your chin. I like the way you cut of your jib. Thank you. I like the cut of your jib. Oh boy, let me get some tea as well while we're waiting on the ad breaks. Let me get all hydrated.
Froston 1216 just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Frostern. Thank you, and welcome into stream. And the rightest leg from your side is a little bit Disco Jeans. Feels not crushing it. I wanted to go for more of a floofy feel, but I could see it also not being, I was going for more of a, yeah, jeanish look. What we can do is, once we finish the patterning and texturing up here, go back here, see if we can add a little bit more patterning. That could be possible. And not knowing this saying was so much weirder. Not knowing this saying made it so much weirder. I like the cut of your deer. Let me get more coffee. I'm gonna head out. This headache is evil. Oh, I thought you were saying the deer's evil. The headache's evil. Oh, okay. Feel better soon again. And thank you for the follow. Thank you for stopping by. I hope it goes away as quickly as it comes. I was told, and I haven't had a chance to try it, but apparently, if you soak your feet in warm water, it can help with the headache. But I don't know anything about that. I've gotta try it next time. But maybe that can help. And this really rears my deer. Let me get some more water. Let's see. Delicious. Okay, yeah, I think a teddy bear will serve us just well. Ad break little almost. I am getting all hydrated while I can. Let's see. The forest mayor? I voted for them? Do you mean the deer? CGI guy? Or what do you mean exactly? And let me get some more coffee. Delicious. Okay, saying that, welcome back from the ads. We continue. What I wanted to do was I wanted to take a dark color for this guy here, and we're gonna texture it a little bit. See if we can add a few areas here and there to show off. The what is it? The fur of our deer. Now she'll move to full lurk. To gates have opened, but I still want to see bear. Sure. And that sharp rib kind of looks off. It looks distorted. Sharp rib? Do you mean that guy there? For me at least, I always preferred the sharp look of the edges. They're my favorite. What you might do then is also add another guy down here. So it might turn into something like that there, and then it would be out and then down like that. Something like that, but I could totally see Path of Exile. I see. Got ya. Well, I hope you have fun. I think that's a game. You can also, and that deer has admin qualities, just missing the suit. Oh boy, let's see. Maybe we can, if we go back to here and check. The thing is, for this deer, at least there's not a lot of texture. And okay, calling out all the Pokemon fans, give me a type combo for a bear. I mean, I really like the Beware bear. Bearware, I think it's called. I'm seeming more of a tumor. Interesting. Okay then. Well, the good news is we can always just remove it. Like that. Yeah, I do kind of like the way it's smooth. Okay then, we won't worry too much about texture then. And fighting fairy? Fighting, I believe, was the Beware, right? And you know what? I just realized I don't have the Beware as a texture, not texture reference for the bear. Oh, that's one of my favorites. They're adorable. They're so big too. Okay, so we have you here. We have a few more things to do. We will modify this guy. We'll keep it simple since we should move on. I don't want to be here too long again. So I'll move this guy up. Possibly that can go back there. Maybe even one more up there. That's good to go. We'll move you back to here. We won't add the gene cut. We'll keep it to what it was originally. About there, and then about you here. Move you back in, move back there. No. Yeah. Maybe. So, I think you were better. Yeah. And then you go down here. Like that. Yeah. There we are. And fighting steel. Ooh. And forest ground. I don't know about forest. I think there's plant ground. And Bearware is fighting normal and not fighting. I don't remember. I just remember the name. Let's see. We have the hoof coming back there. Okay, good. And so, last thing I want to do, since again, don't want to spend too long, what we'll have happen is we will modify these guys a little bit. So we'll add the tail, we'll keep the fluff that we have now, and we'll add the the shaded outlines. And then we'll call it a day for this guy, as I really have been spending 3 hours drawing a little deer. Well, he's not little anymore. He was little. And now he's big and strong. They grew up so fast. What I'll do is, I'll give him a little white tail. I think that's cute. And we'll see about doing, you hear? A little bit of a little dollop. Like that there. There you go. Like, it reminds me of a little bit of the bunny tail. And then we'll add this for shading. So now the issue is trying to figure out the sizing, the colors, where we're adding things. And this guy here needs to certainly go into a point like that there. And then come back around town. Maybe a little bit more down in that area here. Something like that there as point, non-point. Actually, you know what? I think that works. And still cute though. Hi, Claude. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. And thank you. I try. Certainly a thing of just trial and error. This guy back here, since it's behind the tail, it's going to get the shaded portion. And then here, maybe what we can do is do dark instead and work our way towards light. So instead, and actually, let's see, move you down. Maybe we can make you more like that there, like that. Move you back down there. Yeah, there we go. That feels right. Yeah, a little pointy tail. And then from there, we have maybe a highlighted area here for lighting. Like that. You know what? I think that's fine. I think that's a-okay. So you have the tail, and now we're gonna need the spots. And for the time of drawing, we saw him getting bigger, more beautiful, but still, as from the young age, he kept his mustache. He's always had it. It's like a dwarf where they already are born pre-spawn with baby hair. Let me go back to the deer. Let's see about adding those spots now. So for the spots, I think we can keep it to a few dots. It doesn't need to be a lot, just subtle. For example, I think that's fine. Maybe we can do 2 lines here. For our back, we can also add a few here. So maybe a few here, maybe a dot here, dot there, maybe another 2 lines there. Then for here, we also have some in shadow. So what I'll do is I'll maybe grab this guy, put him in shadow, about there for our shading. I think that can work. Yeah, you know what? That does work out fine. Let's move you there. Oh, hold on. Grab you there. And would you do me a small favor and make a small poll? Grass/ground or fairy/fighting? Sure, Zero. Poll. Grass/ground or fairy/fighting. FIGHTING. Grass, ground, fairy, fighting. There you go. I don't mind one bit. There you go. Okay, so saying that, we have these little guys kind of coming up from the backside, and we also have that as the rear backside, so we'll go ahead and do that there. So I think that can work. And then from there, let's see. Click on that guy there too. And then, let's see. If oh, hold on. Oh no, I can't see YouTube anymore. YouTube chat's just gone. This is turning out to be a little bit more than I expected. Hold on. Closing dock. Reopen my YouTube dock. Can you do that, please? Yeah, close you. Docs. YouTube dock. Not that dock. Close. Oh no, OBS is having a headache. You? Okay, we're back. Good. Okay, good. Okay, I'm not touching anything else. Alrighty, where were we? We were adding spots. So along this back line here is where we're going to add more spots. So maybe we can add a line here, dot there, just some dots around the area. Not too close, but just enough to say, hey, look, you know that there's some dots here. We can add a dot here. Maybe what we can do is even add a little dot here. Move this into here for down there. And then we can add some dots, maybe a full-on square about here. Dot there, dot there. And we're going for sideways dots. I think those are the best to go for. And let me go ahead. And poor OBS is trying its best. Its best isn't good enough. I appreciate it though. OBS and me I feel like we go way back. I also feel like these guys need to be smaller, like that. I like this better. I think this fits our purpose better. Like that there. Okay, like that. And then we also have some guys in shading, and maybe he's addicted to the leaf. Let's see, grab you here. Make sure you 3 dots are like this. And then from there, let's also just add our shading, and then we'll be good to go. We'll be able to move on to our little, our bear plushie for the time we have left. So I'll go ahead and move you here. Go ahead and save you. Are you good? No, your outline isn't good. Paste you. Move you down. There you go. Alrighty, we're good to go. Also, this doesn't feel right. Move you down. There you go. Better. Yeah, okay. And then we'll add, I did read that, good. And let's see, I see it's 50-50 I think right now. I will remove it in a second. Let me modify that leg that we did before. So this guy goes down, and then we will continue. So let's see, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here. Okay, and now I just want to finish up with adding our shaded lighting, and then we'll call it a day for this guy for now. As I did not think we could go so long in the sky, and I voted grass ground, so I'll say fairy fight 1. Sure, 0. Let me go ahead, and I think I can end it there, but still, huzzah! And let's see, and shouldn't the leg be outlined? The back one, you mean, at least? For me, I do like doing, well, it depends. Sometimes I like to add the outline, sometimes not. If we do this guy here and then do this guy for pointy bits, let's see. How does it feel? You know what? Sure, we can add that outline, but it starts looking a little funny when we start to add, I think, the outline for the back portions. I don't tend to, but we can for the sake of completionist. So let's see. You go out here. Yeah, because then this guy now has to come out a little forward to feel like it's coming out. So maybe something like that there. And then from there, you're also coming out. And then now you're coming inwards. So I think that might be what we get. And then modify you. You're coming inwards. I'll move you there, move you there, move you there. There. Okay. For now, you will be what you are. Let's go ahead and modify our deer for its shading. So new layer here. So where is the lighting coming from in this photo at least? It's a little hard to say. From what it seems like, it's coming from top down. And maybe we'll just stick to this guy here to make it a little bit easier on ourselves. So what I'll do is we have this brown guy. And then we have, let's see. That's that layer. So we have this brown guy. Then we're going to need our normal brown. And then we're going to need some outlines. So we might go down and over. And that might be our first outline. And then we have down and over. That might be our additional one. Go down a little bit more, like that. So what I can do is, again, with continuous, I can grab all these guys, make sure it's not clicked, and then I can fill this in. Oh, hold on. Why are you angry? Can I just, hold on. G. Continuous. There we are. I did it. Okay. And then from there, oh, hold on, my nose again. 1 second. Okay, we're good. We're A-okay, and now there's truly no going back. Oh, I'm terrible, I tell you. What we can then do here, and Felicia, thank you. What I want to check is our colors. And you know what? I truthfully think this guy can go a little bit darker. So I'm gonna make you a little bit darker. Yeah. And now it should be a big difference between these two when transitioning. So what we'll do is we'll first highlight these guys here, and we're just going around and trying to figure out where shading would be added. In this instance here, all of this will be highlighted since it's a tail. Since that is our lower tail though, we might do this guy here to show off the highlight of the tail, and then the dark side of the tail. So we're gonna need more shading a little bit more. So for example, here we have the normal tail. This is the shaded tail. We're gonna need the outline of the tail. So go back up here again. We'll move you down, we'll move you over to darker, and it might be more lines this, more along the lines of that. And then we have down, over again, darker. So now we have the tail bit, and this tail is behind the leg, or behind the body, so we'll keep it to behind. We have this guy as our shaded portion here, and this is a shaded part of the tail, something like that. And then we have the back of the body here, and possibly like that for our all that area there. But you could also do, nope, hold on. Also do like that there for the rest of it. And then from there, let's see. Also, is this right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I can keep miscounting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My hand's still shaky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, move you over, possibly like that. There you go. And then you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? You there you go. That looks a little bit better, I think. Maybe not. Oh, that's tricky. Okay, what if I just do you here? Aha! There we go. That makes more sense. Yeah, we're missing on one of these guys, which is fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, from here we have this guy, which I think would come into lighting for here. Well, that's in shading, right? So maybe this guy would be in light. So we'll go ahead and add lighting for this area here. And it all started out with a deer-shaped cookie made out of shapes. That's how it always is. It's always the little shapes that I feel like add so much flavor to the character. Let's also see about the hooves. In this instance, the hooves are red. And that guy actually doesn't make a difference. So maybe we can go for more of a reddish hue for our hoofs. Maybe something like this for our hoofs. I don't know about that one. I need to head out. No worries, Boolean. Thanks so much for the stream. Of course. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely one. Let's see. Hoofs here, like that. And then we have lighting. This guy's in lighting, so we'll keep to the idea of all of this in light. And all of this is in shading. Or, you know what? We'll have you in light. Sure, why not? That guy's in darkness. This guy is also in darkness pretty much, but that guy can be in light. And then this guy here, what I'll do is I'll select all of these guys to make it a little bit easier on myself, and then we can figure out where the darkness is for these. We'll deselect it, and then we'll grab this guy again. So this here is in the light because the tip is highlighted, and it's got the dollar store outfit, the poor thing. And the more I look at it, the more it looks like the Pokemon deer has all the pretty stuff. Flowers, fluffy fur chest, and the deer you drew looks at him jealous and just puts the green mustache on like, ha! I am also fancy! Let's see. Jealous. Hold on. Jealous! Angry! Let's see. Or maybe it'd be more so. There we go. There we are! That certainly feels like it's our income now. Pretty deer on the deer that doesn't have too much going on. And silly faces are my favorite part. They are for me too. Let's see. This guy here is in light. And then we have this ear tuft. Again, we are using that color for our dark part of our ear. So, or not dark part, but our tuft. So keep to this idea where this is the highlight here and there. Expression study. I'm telling you, once we did the expression study, there was no stopping me. We'll add that there. And then we'll add all of these guys here for our layers. So our outline, this guy here gets added for the dark guy. Since this is in the back, this also gets darkened up. And that deer looking like Nigel Thornberry. I think I've heard of him before. Let's see, you go back down there. This guy's coming forward towards us, so I'll keep this in dark about here. These guys are also in dark. You are a little bit unclear to see, a little bit on the non-readable side. So we'll move that actually over here, and move you about there to make it a little bit easier to see. This guy would also be in darkness, and the eyelash is also in darkness as well, or the eyelash would be something like that there. So maybe we don't get the eyelash. You don't get the pretty stuff. We're not like all the pretty girls, unfortunately. Maybe that there? Okay, looks like maybe. Lots of maybes here. Like that. And then you go up here. Actually, you know what? I think it's okay to have a little bit of bump in there. Just something like that I think is fine. And let's see. Deer, nice progress. Keep deer living. Deer livering. Oh, that was terrible. I realized what you said, and I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. We have this guy going on here. And then we have, let's see, this guy in the background, something like that. And then I think we're good. We could even do maybe this guy out here for our shading on the front. Okay. And then maybe as well, we can call, oh, hold on. Maybe you could call that guy out and about, because that guy's coming out and in. And then maybe you could even say that guy's coming out and towards the shadow. In which case, this light guy here would be more so along the lines of that there. Like that. And then you could come down a little bit. And this guy would also probably need a dark shading. So maybe you could do something like there to show off, hey, look, we're a part of it, but we're not quite a part of it. So something like that there. Okay, I think we're done. That's a great one. You're learning fast. Oh, it was terrible, I tell you. Okay, I quite like my deer, especially where we started. And then my try at doing it blind. And then my attempt at final guy. And
Check _14,
hydrate, sure. You're
hydrate.
right in time for the hydrate. Thank you for that one, Check. And you deserve this now. Since we're about to do the bear, we'll have the ad breaks one run. That way we won't be interrupted towards the end of the stream. So hopefully this will cut out on time. So we'll have them do their thing. And while that's being set up, we'll go ahead and open this. And we'll be doing a stuffed bear. I think that should make it the easiest. And then I'll also remember to hydrate. So we'll go into PRF here. Hydration. Hydrate in time. Hello. Tasty. There we are. And then a little bit of you. And there we go. Okay. And last but not least, a little bit of coffee, you know, to wash it all down. And I am so surprised. Stream's almost over. Nice alien noises. I naturally make alien noises. What do you mean, Jack? The noises you're hearing currently are alien noises. Let me scroll up here to bear. Now, I don't have any teddy bear references. So let me see if I can grab some teddy bear. Teddy bear. Let's see. Big teddy bear, small teddy bear, all the teddy bears. These guys are cute. I'd love to draw, or I would like to have, I did have a teddy bear, I believe, but it was like a Build-A-Bear one. And let me also get some coffee too, while we're waiting on that. Do I have a favorite animal? Oh, do I? I have birds. I can't list a specific species. Bird. For example, you have this beautiful bird here called the great Patu owl. Isn't it beautiful? It's so majestic. And you also have on the menu a bird called the cockatoo. Now, I'd never get one. They're way too crazy for me. But I can look at them and realize, oh, you're adorable. I myself have a cockatiel. Oh, if I could own a parrot, or yeah, big parrot. These guys right here, they're very crazy. I own the mini version, little cockatoo, C-O-C-K-A-T-O-O. And can you pull up an image of my favorite bird? Sure, Beatus. I don't mind and sound more like alien princess noises. Shoebill? Ooh, Shoebill's a good one. Shoebill's a good one. Let's see, C-O-C-K-A-T-I-E-L. Cockatiel. Crazy. What if I just type that in? Yeah, that's a good one. This is the creature I own. Although she's albino. Oh, let's see. Alrighty, Shoebill. Shoebill. These guys make crazy sounds. Shoebill stork. No. Shoebill. Let's see. On the menu. Hold on, let me scroll up. On the menu. Are you eating them? No? That is exactly how I imagine checking. Yeah, this creature right here is also a dinosaur. You don't want to mess with it. And let's see, is that the one that sounds like a siren in Burb? Nope, I believe, I can't remember off the top of my mind. This one, or the cockatiels make chirping sounds. They sing tunes. The cockatoos, they can speak. And shoebills are scary cool. They are. Birds are neat. And they are terrifying. Welcome back from the ads. And that is how I imagine myself. Oh boy, shoebills, I tell you. Alright, so let's get started on bears. We're trying to figure out how to draw a stuffed bear. Since we can't do the big bear, I hope to do one on a future stream, but since we only have about 40-ish minutes left, we're gonna do a little stuffed teddy bear, or my other favorite, and Griffin. Griffins are neat. And the Tuft Tilt Mouse. Hold on, Tuft Tilt Mouse. Oh, it's cute. It reminds me of the cockatiel's little floof at the top. It's so small. How cute. And they sound like a gun. Oh yeah, they are those are the really loud ones. Yeah, teddy bear. I want realism. Pixelart, but real. Let me get some more, let's see, teddy bears. Teddy bear reference. And we're doing bears now? Yep. I think I can squeeze in a teddy bear. Not a full-on big bear, but we also do have some teddy bear references. So we should be fine. If I make about 20 minutes of drawing, and play FNAF, then we ain't got time here. Oh boy. I mean, I have played FNAF. I played it last year. Might play it this year. I don't know. I'm gonna play one scary game. I don't know which one yet, though. Let's go ahead and click draw on here. What are things we're seeing for our teddy bear? Freddy Fazbear reference. He's not a teddy bear, though. Let's see. Or you know what? I believe Freddy was, let's see, E-D-D-Y. Freddy Fazbear. Was that it? Yeah. That was a pretty good teddy bear. I'll grab this for reference. Let's see. There we go. Freddy. That'll work for our purposes, I'm sure. We can also give him a little bow tie. How about that? Let me go ahead into draw mode here. Now, what are we seeing when we're looking at our bear? I'm seeing a round plushy head, and we'll keep things symmetrical too. So circle head, and then we have kind of like a trapezoid body, and then we have arm here, which seems more like maybe a maybe you could call it a tube, a cylinder. And I think you said you were gonna play FNAF 2. Did I? I'm gonna need proof on that one. Check. That one's the scariest. Oh boy. We have cylinder. We have a half circle, whole circle. And also, this seems to be a lot of circles. Circle. And circle here. And if I click cancel, drag that out, it does look like a teddy bear. And there are little stubby feet coming out straight from the core, straight from the heart. And Freddy now has this stream officially goes bananas. There, you have copy image here. You have Foxy, Bonnie, Teddy, Sika. There does equal circle though. Let's go to draw here. Let's see. Let me make this smaller and straight from where the yoga people call the heart. Let's see. Zoom out here, go you here, move you back into here. Let's see. Save you, move you down, and let's make a new layer here. Delete that layer. New layer on up. Hide you. And we can also hide you. And what are you guys? So I see you're our reference. So we'll move you up here since you are our bear. Alrighty. Bear. teddy bear. Teddybear. Draws a beautiful deer. What's next? Betty. He's just cute. And she feeds in deer sanity, or into deer sanity. No, I am doing fine, I tell you. Just peachy. Let's see. Move you up here to make it a little bit easier to see. And actually, you need to be smaller for me, but bigger for you. So I'll make you bigger. And that way I can drag this guy to where you need to be. About here. That right? That is right. Lovely. Okay. So we'll grab our brown again, and we're gonna try to see if we can speed run this. What we're looking for is a brown, and it has a warm brown, like a chestnutty brown. So maybe we can go for this brown here, and I'm doing just fine. just peachy, I tell you. Let's grab our symmetry tool here, and for our bear, let's try to do maybe 32 by 32. I feel like that'll be okay. So this guy here, in this little box. So what we're looking to do right now, and let me just make sure this is here, about there. Lovely, okay. Bear time. And again, I have to remember the second part, once we figure out the outline and the shape, is adding the outline. Yeah, outline after shape. So we have big head here. We'll make a big head, super big head, huge head here. And the head kind of comes up a little bit. So we'll make it a little bit curvy here, something like that. And then we have the rest of the body, so it kind of goes down. So we have that trapezoid. The trapezoid body kind of comes out and about. Paste that there. Then from there, let's see. From that guy, as the shoulders do come up. Well, no, you're fine. We have the little arms. The little arms are little cylinders. Let's see. You kind of come about here. And then from there, we come about down and around. Maybe a bit like that there. We're rounding the edges, so we want to make sure it still feels round. And a little round paws, I think. And wait, you have guides, but they are thinner than the pixel? This is madness. What you can also do is do halfway. So what you can do is do... Now that feels illegal. But it's good for when you want one middle symmetry. Let's see. Let me move it back to where it was, about there. And then from here, we have the big nose. We have the little feet. Well, the big feet, really. So we'll add that there. No! My God! We'll add the little feet there. And then we'll add the little ears about there, like that. And that should be our outline done. There seems to be also some head coming upwards. So maybe we can do, let's see. Yeah, about that. And the restroom sign gained some weight. What do you mean exactly? Well, go ahead, go back down. And oh, the shifted center can be useful for people with a slight turn. Interesting. I always saw it as a shifted center as being good for things that have an uneven center. So for example, if I wanted to do something like this, ooh, you know what? That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I do like wide, but this is also warming my heart. But if you wanted to have an even way for when it's uneven, this is even, and then if you were to do this, now it's odd center. So that's why that exists there, as at least that's my guess. From here, let's also make sure we add our outline. We'll start with black. I feel like black's the easiest to do. So I'll go ahead and remove this guy, new layer, paste, Shift O, outline, and now we have our outline. That way, the outline is a part of the process every step of the way, instead of being the after effect. Saying that, let's go ahead and move you back down. Merge down, like that. And now, let's see about our colors. So for this guy here, it's actually not that red. It's more of an orangey tone, so maybe we do that. Let's see. I really do like this brown. I think it's cute. But it's not too saturated. It's like, let's see. Maybe, oh, about there. About there. And Shift-O is part of my permanent Pixelart vocabulary after today. Shift-O is very handy. I can't agree to that one. Dar. Dar, me mateys. Let's do this brown. I feel like this brown's fine. From here, we'll grab our color for our normal. We'll grab our color for our dark, for our shadow. So probably something like that. Maybe a little bit darker. And hi, Sir Wizard. Or maybe Sir Wizard. Welcome to stream. I play around with the thought of getting into Pixelart, but thinking about animation and learning all that makes it seem like a huge mountain I don't want to climb. Animation certainly is hard. Well, let me rephrase it. It's like with anything you get into, where it's hard initially because you don't know what you're doing, but if you learn the basics, it can get easier over time. For example, right? If I wanted to do an animation of this little guy blinking, hold on, let me grab this here. Grab that there, make the symmetry tool. We have our little eye, little guy there, and I do Alt-N for a new layer, a new duplicate layer, and I were to just do this, and then Alt-N. So I'm using a technique called the, oh, hold on. It's gotta go this way. Actually, the eyes have gotta go shifted about there. There you go. That guy, there you go. And you get moved over here. So this is a technique they use in animation called squash and stretch, I believe, where you squish something. So if I click play here, you can see blinking because it's squishing. It adds a little bit of a bouncy feel. And if you can get down the basics, you can add a lot to it in simple ways. It doesn't have to be a lot of animation. You don't even have to do animation, but it can certainly add a nice feel to the pixel art itself. Let me go ahead and pause on you there and delete these guys, delete you, and delete you, and delete you. Well, you can stay, you're fine. Alrighty, so our teddy bear arms and better results, make them desync. Ah yes, the good old, wait, did I do it? It's so hard to naturally do. Like frog blink. Let's see. Move you down here a little bit. And I think, let's see, you're here. I think I like this guy. I think this guy is fine for our darker portions of our bear. And what I'm trying to do is figure out the shade. Let's see. So we have this, let me clip it. Bottom of the face is what I'm trying to accomplish right now. And I'm trying to figure out our shading. So maybe something like this, where these are our outlines and this is the nose, but we're also seeing that rounded part of the muzzle. So maybe
Jonathan Landek subscribed on YouTube.
Let me get that name. Jonathan Landerk. Is that how you say it? I can try it again, but thank you for the subscription on YouTube and welcome in. I'm going to see if resetting the notification guy will fix that pop-up problem because that's done it multiple times now and that's no bueno. That's not good at all. So I'll see if I can figure it out by tomorrow. Let me go ahead and maybe make you here, there, like that. And maybe we can do this here. Yeah, maybe. And then your bottom here for the neck. No, I don't quite like that. That would be your sort of outline there. And there's also a seam in the middle. So maybe it would be good to add the little seam. Something like that there. That way we can have a little seam in the center. And then we'll slide this guy over. And I see you have a bunch of interesting videos, so definitely check them out. Good. I hope you have fun and I hope you enjoy them. What I can say is, for the quickest one, you should probably check out the Pixelart getting started. If I do !PXELEAUTGS. I did spell it right. Great. Okay, I copy this guy here. That should get you up to date on videos you can check out, YouTube channels you can also watch for animation related things. As I try to cover all aspects because animation is fun, but it's also tricky. And I went to grab tea. What have I missed? That is what you missed, Jack. Let's see about adding the feet. So some sort of line. Let's see. About there, feet there, about there, and then move you down there, like that. There we go. And then maybe move you in a smidge. So something like that there. This might be where anti-aliasing can come in handy. And maybe we can also move you in here. Move you in there so you're nice and round. Yeah. And thanks, of course. I hope it can help. Let's see. We have the little arms. And for these little guys here, gonna move them in. Oh boy. Let's see. Frog blink. Let's just add. Let's see, shading wise. And that sentence is how I feel about missing the same pun. Let's see. Grab that in there. So for the roundness of this guy, what I'm trying to keep in mind is the shading. 436. Okay, we're making time. And what I'm thinking is, we have a line for the shading. So this guy would be the line. And then this guy is our highlight. So we can go ahead and add this guy here, since this guy is where the bear arm is coming in at. So it's actually kind of wrapping around. It's more so like this here. Yeah, it's more like that. And like my brain has disintegrated. What unbearable puns, I tell you. Impossible. Let's see. We have little paws here, like that there. And then maybe we can do, let's see, move you up about there. And actually, these guys are a bit narrow first. So more so like that there. And then we have you, and you're pretty floppy. So maybe now you come in. Something like that there. Looks like chicken wings. It always comes back to chicken wings. It's not chicken wings, bananas. That's what it feels like at the very least. Okay, Bear. This is okay. This is fine. We'll do that there. And let's go. That could be made into a short. It is also silly, I tell you, about the frog blink. Okay. What I'm saying is there's shading for the shoulders. And where is he? Kind of looks slow. Yeah, he's got too much muscle. We don't want too much muscle. We want it to look like a fluffy, adorable bear. So what I might do is make it come out a little bit like this. Like that. What do you think? And then have this come out one more. Like that there. Does that feel a little bit better? Like that. And why are you... Oh, yeah, like that. And now, maybe it feels a little bit rounder. If we do this here, a little bit, but this still feels like it's not thin enough. So what I'll do is I'll move this guy in a little bit more, and I'm checking this to see if the silhouette lines up with what we're seeing. That's a little better. The corner's not quite right. So I might do that, but now he has no shoulder. So maybe we'll leave it for now. We'll just do the bare basics. No pun intended. We'll add the eyes, and I want to add a white for the eyes. I think that would make it look cute. Let's see. Little eyes like this here. I will stare into your soul and judge everything you've ever done. Let me grab, let's see, the white or the cream from our deer. And then hide this guy here. And bear puns are hard. They're not impossible, Toak. You just gotta believe. Oh, that looks so derpy. That looks way more evil than I thought. I thought it would look cute. I feel like now this is just a demon bear. I wasn't expecting it. I was going for cute deer plus bear. Deer bear. I got a bear leave. Exactly. Let's see. Make this a little bit bigger. Then grab you here, and that's more than I can bear. Oh, that one's good. That was bad, but that was so good. What if we do shading like this? That, and then that there. It just looks like it's soulless, and deer bear equals deer. Oh boy, crazy deer Evan Hansen. Let me move you maybe up here. It just looks like the Five Nights at Freddy's bear, which is creepy. It's just, you know what? We roll with it. We roll with the creepy. How about that? Beer. Oh, that's a good one too. Let's see. Let's go ahead and make you there. And then we'll add that muzzle to come out. Something like that there. And then let's see. You can kind of come down now. That looks like a villager nose again. It always comes back to the villager nose. Let's add you about here and here. And maybe about snout there. Like that there. Now it looks like... Horror, 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 horror. He's got a little beard now. And need to hit 2 pixels of white to get the cute shiny. Maybe we could try Zombier. Let's see. This circle bit is lighter, so we'll go for a lighter color. So we'll grab our guy, go up here, go for more of our creamy bits and flavors. And maybe we'll go for this cream. Or maybe we can go back up here, and go for more of that creamy. There's 2 creamies we can try out. So instead, maybe what we can do, that one's not good enough. That one's too bright. This one can be a little bit more bright, and that one's great. And Demon Bear. Yeah, currently this bear is haunting dreams. I am saying that. And Bear Wild West Bandit. Oh, I can say that one too. Like, there you go. Stick 'em up. Let's see. We'll remove this here, and there we go. There you go. There you go. We'll actually remove that as well. We'll remove all of everything, actually. You know what? Yeah. There you go. That feels better. But since this is Eris's stream, this is fine. That bear looks like he's going to murder you while sleeping. But since this is Eris's stream, no! He looks, well, he doesn't look adorable. I'll be honest, he does not. However, let him believe he's cute. He doesn't have a lot going for them. This is all he has, Toak. Would you steal candy from a child? Don't answer that. I know you would. Let's see. Maybe we do down here. Okay, lighting. We're lighting this guy up. Making it maybe this color here. Oh, yeah. Okay. You need to be maybe up here. Yeah, so you go here, here. Yep, there we go. And then from there, maybe about there, So maybe we can go in there, and I'd say yours is a werebear. Watching her wears you down, but fortunately, I can bear it. Oh, that one's bad. That was terrible. Let's see. I think this works better for the bear. Then from there, we have the little mouth, and then we have the little button nose. How about that? Oh, that looks like a bear. Maybe make the nose 2x2 or 4x4. I can say this is working. It seems to be working. And let's go. Looks so berry. Oh, very nice. And here's the terrible or terrible bear because her silly accents are putting me to tears. Looks creepy. It's the eyes. It is the eyes. If I do that, how about that? Better? We can also do something like that there. There we are. But if you add the little white eye, no, you know what? That's not too bad. That's not too bad. He looks sad now. Poor little guy. You know what? Let's keep that. I like that. I like this bear. He's gone from cute to creepy in just a few pixels. And that link is a gem. Thanks a bunch, of course, Sir Wizard. I'm glad it's handy. And that looks better but the eye. Better but the eyes. What do you mean? I think this is fine for your big head. I think that's better. Oh, I see. And then we'll move this down. This is a bear after Chick called him creepy. He's so sad. How could you? How dare you? How could you do this to him? Let's see. We'll make this guy a little bit darker for our seams. Something like that there. Actually, it's not too dark. Oh, you go down there. How about that? And then we have that there. And then I'm thinking maybe we can have a bit of line going here. And this is the bear out there. I did read that. How dare I? And bear be like, I have to pay taxes. What I also want to try to do is add a bow tie. But let's add a few more details here. Then we'll check the bear references as I think I did good bear face. Bear good face, yes. And he couldn't bear your insults. Impossible. I'm wondering about maybe we can color the sides. But what do you think? Does that feel like it adds to the bear? I think it could. And he bared his emotions to you, and you spat in his face. If I go down here, and we just continuously add more colors down here, do you think that adds it? And here's what stream is next. Tomorrow, we'll be doing some programming. So we'll be doing some refactoring for my game. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And then the day after that, day after tomorrow. And then next week, we'll be back for another study stream, as the hope is at least to do these study streams once a week. However, next week is special as it'll be our community draw stream. And I'll talk about that once the stream ends, since we're getting close to it. But if you stick around for that, no, refactoring. Refactoring's not too bad if you believe, Toak. And I like the shading on his face, but it makes the drawing a wee bit unbalanced. Unless we shade the arms more. Yeah, for right now, something's wrong with the arms. I think the arms need a little bit of work. The arms, something's off with them. We will certainly get there. I'm also wondering, maybe we can add... Nope, I like that there. We also need to add more for the ears in this area here. So maybe we can do that there, and then a bit of that there. Like that there. Kind of looks like he has a big forehead now, though. Doesn't he? And let's see, I think the face is absolutely wonderful, though. Thank you. Yeah, I'm working on the face only at the moment. Let's go, programming. Yeah, programming is gonna be a lot of fun. I think the face is uploaded through that, and my car will be in the shop, but I hope to catch your stream tomorrow. Oh, I hope your car's not in too much of an issue. Hopefully it's not too bad. And do I go to Twitter, TikTok for after stream on YouTube? What do you mean, Catatonic? Do explain a little bit what you mean exactly. And for here, let's see. We then have a little bit of inside here for the inside of the bear. Maybe we can make this, you know what? Let's do a little bit lighter for this guy. Start it about there, about there. No, actually, I want to go about there. There you go. Like that. Yeah, that looks good. And the shading bears a resemblance to a beard. And it looks really good now. I love these little study streams. Thank you, Catatonic. And I'm excited for the refactor stream. Me too. I've been working a little bit. I hope to do some more today. So let's see. I'm thinking maybe we can add a little bit of highlights. So for example, grab this guy here, highlight that. Well, the center usually have the highlight. So something like that there for its insides, and then maybe add that there for the inside. Now you, I don't like you, all right? I'm happy with the bear I have. Alrighty, fuel pump recall. I did read that. Fuel pump, what do you mean? And Chick is unbearable, truly. And I did read that, okay. I don't know how to do the body. So let's go ahead and look at some Pixelart stuffed bears. Q Exhibit A, Monokuma from the game Danganronpa. Now this guy here, he's a little small guy, or a small snout. The ears are silly too. I don't think it's gonna be helpful though, because he has an X also on his belly button as well. So I would say this is from Ragnarok, I believe. Let's see. This bear here is from La Pucio Tactics. I probably butchered that, but if you're interested in these sprites, you can look up this name here. And we have a little baby bear and a big bear. Rah. Interesting. Their arms are also round too, and that's the most aggressive I've seen yet. What do you mean exactly? And oh, and let's see. That's the bear who lost his family, his job, his house, or his car. Maybe all of them. Let's see. What else do we have? This one's from Earthbound. I do know that one. And this guy here. Any teddy bears? We have this bear from Pokemon. And it's interesting. The highlights, the dark parts are black. Huh. That makes sense. And the most aggressive we see here is ripping the legs off of a poor deer. No. Excuse me. No. We also have up here this big bear, and it's a lot of fur going on. And then we have another teddy bear. I'm not seeing, we can see seams here. I do like these seams. And no, you yelling at the bear. Its body doesn't fit. And I know he's already sad enough, but he has to know the truth. I keep joining streams with some of my favorite YouTubers when they 1 minute end. You were here for a while, Catatonic, and I won't end for a little bit more. We still have like probably a good 20 minutes. And Love's expression on that last reference she showed us. Which one here? So there's a few of them here. We got a lot of them. If you can, let's look at her though. I can tell you what game. She wasn't aggressive. She was glad and prideful. His 1 pixel eyes and 3 pixel eyebrows is so perfect. Let's see. Are those all the bears I could find? Wow, those are all the bears. Huh. Okay. Interesting. I'm not seeing anything that could help us. I see this guy though. Maybe we can give him little claws. Maybe that'll be cute. And gaming, don't they have notifications you can turn on? Yep, notifications. You can also join the Discord and it'll at you when streams start. And that's right, most patchy bears are the ones whose expression said I left. Oh, patchy. This guy here. The little eyebrows. I see, yeah, pixel eyebrows. I'm wondering, what do you think about, from back what they did the Pixelart of the day, if we just did, maybe if we did this there, eyebrow. Wait, we're gonna it all back together. And yeah, but always late because it's cleaning house. Oh, I see. Well, the good news is there's always VODs you can check back to. Saying that, this guy doesn't feel right. Let's see, continuous here, and there's not really a reference we can draw from. However, I do have a backup, if it lets me do the continuous properly. We also have some art from Pixelart we can look at. If we go to Pure F here, let's see. I make this guy big on the screen. Let's see. And I did that good. And I like the idea of the eyebrows, but I don't think that's how eyebrows sit when he's frowning. I mean, maybe that's just his default face. Maybe he has a resting sad face. That's a thing. Let's go over to the bears. Bears. Okay, we're getting somewhere. This is from Coffee Beans. Now, I do like how round this arm is. This is cute. Any bears. Now, this one was really one of my favorites in the sense of the shading. The texturing's really nice. We have a little guy here, a little Monokuma, fluffy bear, big bear, realistic bear, and I was searching up on Twitter bears, and my bear happened to come up. I was so surprised because it's not that, it's lady, but bear. Let's see, we have big bear here. Okay, so I'm thinking probably this is going to be the best one we have to work with. So let's go back into draw here. And let's see. Here's Brooker containment on herself. Yeah. And also remember this review. There ain't much today, but it's also pretty. As long as there's something, I don't mind looking at it at all. And yep, thank you for reminding me as well. Check. I had it in my memory. I'm getting better at remembering it. I'm really glad. And hi, Unreal Studios. Welcome back to stream. Hi, hello. Welcome in. Welcome to Bear. Let's see. Okay, so at least the feet have a little bit of lightness. And how are you? I'm doing great. Today is all about bear, and I am very excited in the fact of that. So let's see. Let me move you down about here. And for you, well, actually, can I do a little paw? Oh no, I don't think I can. Paw. Oh, okay. Possible. It's possible. Paw. Like that? Does that look like little bear paws? And a deer study on the side of bear. Yeah, 3 hours of bear. I did not expect that. Maybe like that. Do these look like little bear paws to you? Maybe we can do, let's see, down there and move you here. Move you up here, here. How about that? And make the feet oval? Do you mean longer? Like, let's see, this possible. Paws could be wider. So maybe what we can do is do something like this, oval, like that, or do you mean wider? I feel like wider was the consensus. And can't possibly guess how many corny puns? Oh, they were bad. They were terrible, I tell you. I'll move this out by 1, slide it over. Something like that there. And let's see. It made it look like hands now. That's no good. Maybe we can move you out like that, there, that. Like that, do you mean? And all of this started because, Eris started it. Point to screen. No. And no, but you can't, I can count on the VOD. Let's see.
Saito subscribed on YouTube.
Let me grab that name. That name is Kuraxito? Maybe? Can you tell me how close I got? I can try again, but thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Welcome in. Maybe then we can have the 3 little bear toes like that. That could work. Maybe we can add a little oval here and here, like this and this. Then maybe we can go back to what we had, like that there. I think that works fine, and give the feet thicker outlines on the inside. I don't quite get what you mean, Zero. Let's see. For the little legs, or the little arms, I'll copy this from Coffee Bean. We'll go back to our plush bear references. Maybe there's a different one we can do. For example, maybe we can do something like this instead, where the arms are coming backwards and then forwards. So what I'll do is, his arms have to go for just a bit, to make things easier on us. They'll be back, I assure you. Let's see. Move about here, about there. Okay, I'm thinking we add arm here. Arm a little bit lower, and then here, like that. There you go. And then we have, let's see, you probably are going to be all that color there and one more layer of black between the feet. Sure. Let's see. Oh, you mean making it one more layer? So that would be 3 by 3 though. That would mean I would have to make my bear wider. I don't know about that one. Let's see. Maybe here, and she took his arms. His arms are back. They were practically never gone. Let's see. Maybe about here. Maybe about there. Actually, go down a little bit. Maybe about there. How about that? Arms need to be thicker. Something like this is what I'm thinking of, though. Something where the arms can kind of go in just a smidge. And then we have on here, and let's see, it's a bear rug, I tell ya. And let's see, not to be smug, but there's always a pun, only now it's the spread to like it was always the first. There's not always a pun, I tell you. Not always. You just believe there's always a pun because you see, you have pun-a-vision, and I don't. Let's see. We'll add shading for underneath the bear, something like that. And then we'll also add shading for underneath the arm, so maybe something like that there. We'll also add shading for underneath the arm here, like that, I'm thinking, where you can see it. But this also looks like the arm would be sat down. So I'm thinking either this needs to come down a little bit more, and this maybe needs to go up a little bit, like that there. And then maybe you can go back there, maybe make it a little bit bigger, like that. How does that feel? So you just called me punny? Oh boy, let's see. Something like that, I think. And what music is your favorite type? If musical will count as a genre, that is my favorite music. Let's see. Let me move you here. You're about there. Okay. If we were to make it one wider, I will give it a go. It would be, and we'll copy both of these guys. Copy it. Scroll out, copy, paste. Slide you over about here. And let me get some coffee. Oh, I'm out of coffee. What a shame. What a shame, I say. What a shame. Okay, we'll go ahead and move this over here. And then we'll copy this line. Copy, and then paste it, and slide it over. So something like that. You know what? That's not too bad. I can't make him the 1, though, again, which is a shame. I say, We'll keep that guy on the side for now. And one more layer of black. Okay, I did for that. Yep. So maybe move the eyes a smidge. She looks less sad. Well, I'm going for the little cute sad eye because we could make him big eyes. expressions. I do like the sad one. And not 10 hours of middle tube falling. No taste. My taste, you know, it's quite refined. What I also want to add on here is a little bow here. Oh, I forgot symmetry tool. We'll do that there, and do that there. There we go. And I want to add red. So go back into our resurrect, grab our red, and maybe move the eyes a smidge. Oh, look. Oh, I did read that. Good. Okay. We'll go back into here. Something like, let's see, that there. And then, ooh, might have to move this down a smidge. Like maybe move you down here. And sleepy eyes seem fine. I do enjoy the sleepy eyes. I think they're cute. And we have that there. And then from there, we can maybe move you back there. Oh, hold on. Something's wrong. Like that. And then you'd have to come in. Let's see. Ooh. Why are you not bowing correctly? Bows are triangles. They exist like this. That is not triangle. So it needs to go wider than smaller. Like, I mean, you know what? That could be bow too. We'll keep that as bow. And omni eyes, sleepy eyes. I didn't do that. Good. Okay. So I'm thinking maybe something like that there. Oh, hold on. Like that. And maybe we can even fill in the whole body here. That's fine. And then we'll fill in that there. And the teddy bear looks like its ice cream just melted. He'll get better with time, I'm sure. We'll grab this red, make it darker so we have our red outline. So we'll go to the cooler colors here. And then we can say this is the red for our shadow. And then we're going to need a red for our shading. So go over here. And then we'll do a little bit darker and post it on Discord what I meant. Thank you, Zero. I'll give a look. Let's see. Copy. And then paste here. Let's see. Move you up here. Okay. So the idea is that you here, you in the center. Well, that's a little tricky. You mean this and this? Like that? Maybe? Hold on. We have you here, you here. You're moved over by one, I think, to here. Oh, we can't do that, though. You get moved here, you get moved here, then you get moved there. Oh no, I'm lost. You there? There? No? Oh no! I don't think I can follow. I see what you're saying, though. And I do like the feel of it. You're saying, like, you want, let's see, this guy to have a center. So something like that there. And then that guy would go there. That seems to be the idea from what I'm getting. So we'll save that there, and then we'll go back to the city. Thank you for sending that in. And let's see, hold up, that ain't right, grabs my toy block shapes. And I love the bow. Thank you, Frost. We'll go ahead and add this here. Now the question now becomes, do we add the bow as the front of the bear or underneath the bear? I think underneath the bear's fine. And I didn't move anything, I just added the extra line in the middle. Huh, interesting. Let's see, bow. Maybe we can even make the bow a little bit bigger. Something like you here, and then you here. Nah, I think this is fine. Keep it simple. We don't have to go too big. And underneath +1. Thank you. Like that there. And now the question then becomes, do we add a little bit of loop here underneath? That doesn't feel like there's looping outside of it. Maybe if we add this here, it can look like the bow is going in, but nope. Keep it simple. We don't have to get too complicated. From here, I think our bear's just about done, and they look like tiny lungs. How morbid! Oh boy, I don't think I have any references for bows. Let's see, you little there, bow. Let me see if I can quickly Google Pixelart bow. Pixelart small bow tie. What would be the shape of a bow tie? I also see a mustache going on here. Ooh, I see. Okay. It would go diagonal. So it would go something more like that. And then you would have that there. And then this guy would come in. Let's see. You would go diagonal, so probably like that. And then you would go there. And then you would go there. So something like that. Better? Let's see. And then you have the center block, which should be something. Nope. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Like that. And teddy bear going under the knife. He's fine, I tell you. He's fine. He's missing a few more things, and then we can call it a day. We'll do the review, and then we should be good to go. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy. Let's add our shading and remove the edges, and it'll be perfect. Do you mean these edges here? Remove them like this, and there, and then there and there for our bear. This is the arm that's coming out. And corners. Oh, I see. Got ya. Okay, let's see. Corners. There and there. Oh, fancy. I see what you're putting down. And the color feels a bit unlucky. It kind of looks like a beard of a rooster. Oh my, that certainly isn't the feel we're going for. I went for red because I think red was the idea here. But we don't certainly want evil rooster. And colored outline consider. What do you mean? Colored outline consider. Well, I don't get what you mean, Frost. Let's see, you there, and then you for the center. The center guy, I think, is what's messing us up at the moment. So maybe we can move this guy, and let me grab you, slide you over by there, slide you over here, and then from there, we'll add you here and you here. Then we'll go here, and then from there, maybe we can add this and that there. No, maybe we do you here, or maybe we do you here. I feel like it should be taller, if anything. Though, this could also feel like a bow enough that it doesn't matter. How about that? More bow? And I was just suggesting we make the overall bear's black outline. Oh yeah, that's what we're about to get to. And maybe a white or a pink. We could try a pink. Usually red is the signature color, so that's the one I went for. But I don't mind trying like a pink, soft pink. Let's go back into our bear here and pink, and then we're going to need a darker pink. So we'll go towards that red idea, down and dark. So something more along the lines of this guy here. The color needs to be changed, possibly like that there. And yeah, it's more bow, but it's not. It's more bow, but it's not better bow. I see. And now he's a tiny red tie finger. Oh boy. Let's add our outlines. And I can always come back to this guy as well and try him again later if should the need be. What I want to do is I want to grab a dark brown outline, and probably that can work. And then we'll go ahead and make sure this guy is on its own layer, so we can modify him to our heart's content. New layer paste, and then from there, I'll go ahead and make sure continuous is good to go, and then fill it in. And now we have lighter brown bear. And actually, what if we didn't do an outline, do you think? And let's see. If I did this here, and we just stuck to the lines, maybe. And now it looks like there's someone inside the teddy bear in the costume has holes. It's FNAF all over again. Oh no! Let's see. I'll grab our red again. And we'll be a little bit more precise about this. You here, you here, you here, you here, like that. How about that? Does that feel like a bow or not quite? Maybe what we can even do is add this guy down here, and then we can do that guy and that guy. Maybe? How about that? Well, you know what? That's not too bad. It's not too bad. Maybe... Ooh. That had feeling to it. It had feels. Maybe we can go down, and let's see. Go here. Maybe we can have the loop kind of going. Let's see. Down there. Maybe down there. And then we have the red tie, kind of darker there. And having the bow on the chest kind of feels wrong. I see. Maybe we can modify it a little bit. But I do like my mouth. If we were to move the bow elsewhere, and we get into Okay, you know what? Maybe we save the bow for a bow study. How about that? As sometimes you have to know when to call it quits. So for now, we'll keep the bow as, yeah, I feel like bows itself, I'm gonna be struggling with the bow for a very long time. So next time we do a clothing study, we'll certainly look towards the bows as I'm not gonna be able to figure out this bow in the next 10 minutes. So we'll go ahead and add our dark color for the outline of the bear. Something like this here. Add a dark bit. This will be the dark edges. So we're gonna go ahead and make sure these guys are interacting like that. And let's see. Do we do that there? Nah, that there's fine. That there? Nope, we need that dark color. This would be underneath the head like that. And give it a hat. Oh yeah, at the very least, you know, we've done a hat study. I can certainly call myself a certified hat knower. I can at least do that for our cute bear. Alrighty. He needs the little Fetty hat. Where were we at? Grab over here, go back to here. Bears. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Oh, he had a black... well, hold on. I'm just curious. If I do this, and then that, and then maybe... Nope. I mean... Hold on. Okay. That's not too bad. It just needs highlights. If we go for you here, maybe a bit lighter. Okay, brown. We need a dark brown, so keep it in red. Okay. I think this could work. We just need a little something. Something there. If anything, I almost think this would work. Maybe we give it highlights. So we move it to here and then here. A bit more on the highlight. Maybe that there and then that there. You know what? I think this could imply, if you believe hard enough, a little bit of a bow. So we'll keep it. And it's Frinky Phasma. We'll make a new layer here, and then we'll add our little hat. Maybe the little hat comes out, and then the hat. There we go. I think it's safe to say he's good to go. Let's add the outline of the hat. Invent a black bow. It's intentional. I like it. I think it works. The bow and the hat. Little hat? Who needs a little hat when you can go big or go home? There we are. I think it's quite accurate. Bear to my dome and the hat is so good. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty. I think for the most part, even if we didn't get to all 3 animals, overall, I had a lot of fun. So we finished our stuffed bear, and then we also did our... Oh boy, hold on, let me hide. That's the bear hat, that's the teddy bear, you. We also did our deer, which is way more detailed. And that looks good, thank you. So let's take a look at what everyone's been up to in the Discord. So if I do !DSCORD, if you happen to have drawn an animal during study, doesn't even have to be the animals I did, but if you just did any animal and you want to share it, you can go to the Discord and we can take a look at it. So I'll go into here, and then I'll go into Discord here. I'll click on... I'll click on the welcome in this guy here, and then from there, let's see. Okay, and then I'll go into where we at? Planning screen. And what you should be able to see is a Discord. So once you join the Discord, you should see your name up here, and that's Mystic Myths. We also have Nat1 King and Pinoke, I believe. All 3 in here, so welcome inside. What you'll do is you'll navigate down to the Pixelart study with me, and you should see, if I go ahead and, ooh, I'm already so amazed. You can scroll down here and see, these are the previous Pixelart studies we've done. And stream discussion is full of me making terrible memes. That is what stream discussion's for. Discussing what's currently going on stream, so that's okay. I want to be terrible. And not the symmetry left over at the bottom. I can take care of it when the time comes. And what you'll do is you'll click on here, since it's the animal study, and I should be able to make this open in full view. Okay. Let's see. So this is from Zero here. They have a deer, and I'm telling you, my favorites are the ones that use not a lot of coloring. I really like this Zero. Well done. And terrible at speak. We have here, ooh, what would you call it? The reflection of the deer. And then it's like a Rudolph red nose, and then you also have the SketchUp. Interesting. I really like it. Rat chat, I think. Lovely. We also have on here, ooh, monster, Falmore, ghost, normal type Pokemon. That is pretty scary. Interesting use of also dithering as well. I like the haunted eye too. Well done. Let's see. What else do we have? Ooh, flat deer. I love how the eyes are so sparkly. And there's a little crow too on top of its antlers. How adorable. Lovely job, check. And we have, I don't remember what this guy is, but I remember him. I remember him well. Was this the guy that sat on the hill forever and was just standing there menacingly? And turned out to be Ice King? I think at least. Lovely job, Ame. I got what you were going for. Let's see. Sorry, I ran out of time. Very fighting. The first thing I thought of was Monk Bear. Oh, he's cute. I like the little teeth. And the clothing as well. Lovely. And the little bell too. Ooh, there's just such nice features. And also, you can see the lighting, the shading on the top. Nice job. Let's see. Let's go on to, ooh, deer, but I didn't want to bother with colors. I really don't know if the tail should be visible from this angle. Probably not. However, we follow the rule of cool. This is really nice though, Pala. Yeah, Pala. I like how you sectioned it out into the body and areas, the coloring of it, without doing the actual shading. Interesting. I really like it, especially the horns. These are very pretty. Lovely. Alrighty. I think that's everyone then. I'll do a quick look through the stream. Let's see, stream discussion, because I'm curious to see, make sure. Great job, Frost. I like the purple antlers too. let's go back into this guy here. Saying all of that though, oh, before I forget, Vsauce jump scare. To all of these new that are interested in pixel art, what I can show you is if we go to this guy here, our private browser, what we do is once a month, at the start of every month, we do a community stream where we all draw on a big canvas of pixel art. And I can show you some of the previous ones we've done. And the idea is that every 20 minutes, the theme changes. And you can follow the theme if you want, but you don't have to follow the theme. The idea is that it's just a fun time to not take pixel art too seriously, or maybe if you want to get started with pixel art. You scroll down to the bottom of my page, you can see previous community streams we've done before, with different themes and different ideas. And again, it's that thing of, you don't have to draw the theme. You can just come there to draw. So it's a fun event I like to do because it also, it does feel like a community. And it feels like you get to, okay, ignore the banana. But it's fun in the sense of you just get to see everyone drawing. It's lovely. And best day of the month, I agree. So we'll mark it for, I'm thinking, let's see, probably next Friday, if not next Saturday, will be the day we do this draw together community stream, as I do enjoy them. So consider that. And Friday next week, and can anyone join? Anyone can join, 100%. Currently, you can see as well, there are some empty spaces, or there's filled in spaces for where no one joined. But if you join, you can certainly draw. I'm gonna make sure the board's a little bit bigger just in case we do have a lot more people in Betty. But yeah, anyone can come join. And how do you partake? When we get there, we'll get there. Or I'll tell you how to. The idea is that it's a website called Magma, and you log in, and there's a lot of people that can join on screen. In fact, let me see if I can show you what I mean. And I'll send the link when the time comes. But if I go to the YouTube, maybe I can show you. If I go into here and we go into, let's see, live here, scroll all the way down to where was the last one? This guy here. You can see, if I beat this guy here, go through, it's the idea of a lot of people on screen, and you dream through a week. So when the time comes, we'll be doing that. Again, these are always fun. I enjoy them. So if you consider sticking around for that. Saying that though, let me go into just chatting again. Now, let's see if we can find a pixel artist to raid. So if you're on YouTube, that'll be the end for me. I'm going to go to the end screen and then come back, and then on the Twitch side of things, we'll see if we can find a pixel artist to raid. Saying all of that though, if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and have a lovely, lovely time doing whatever it is you get up to. I hope to see you all soon. Bye-bye. I can never find the right button. So bye-bye again.